Welcome to a new season of Bulldog basketball here on ePlus TV6. I'm Logan Whaley, and welcome to the Bulldog Basketball Blast. I'm joined, as always, by Union Lady Basketball head coach Mark Campbell. Coach, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Logan.
Well, Coach, coming off of one of the best seasons in school history, 32-4, school's first ever appearance in the NCAA Division II Final Four. Could you share just what that experience was like for you being in the Final Four last year?
I thought it was really enjoyable to watch our players enjoy it and our program enjoy it, and just the community that supports us basketball-wise. And so it was fun to be able to do it. It's a different experience than it was at the NAIA level. And so thought we were treated really well. It was a great learning experience for us all, and it gives us a reason to try to get back there.
And share a little bit more about the great learning experience. What did you learn from being in the Final Four, and how does that apply to this season?
Yeah, I don't know if I didn't learn anything as a coach being in the Final Four. I think we're learning what it takes at this level to be able to get there, and so from that it was really good. More of last year was just about the relationships with the girls and the kind of community we had on our team and how that grew throughout the year, and the type of teammates they were at the end of the year, and lives were changed last year. And so God was really it was just a blessing to be able to watch relationships and watch loving people and how that changes and how He uses us in people's lives.
Now, you enter this season with a top 5 ranking, the highest in division since joining Division II. Talk about your expectations for this year's team.
Well, I mean, again, those rankings are based on last year's finish, not anything we've done. Our team is not. We're not a top 5 team. We're not a top 10 team. We're not a top 20 team right now. So those rankings really mean nothing other than the fact of it does allow our name to be out there. It does benefit our school. It gives us something to shoot for, but we're nowhere near that good a team right now.
And especially last year, losing some of your top players, Chelsea Shumpert, who signed in Nottingham, England, over the offseason, averaging 24 a game for Union last year, losing Sarah Lytle, who is a senior leader on this year's team. Talk about the players you have currently. You do have a lot of depth at the guard position. How are you going to replace that production that Chelsea Shumpert and Lytle left?
Yeah, we won't replace that production with singular people. We've got to establish what our identity is, and so right now as coaches and as players, we're learning a whole lot about each other. And so for me, I'm just learning what we have. I know we have Jada Perkins, who I think is one of the best point guards in the country. I know we get Jada Smith back, who's going to take a little bit to get used to getting her back and her being back, but she was one of the best guards in our conference, both her freshman and sophomore year. So we've got to develop 4s and 5s, which are all new. And when you have people that are all new at positions, they not only have to learn their teammates and being in a new school, they have to learn me, and I have to learn them and how to put them in situations which will benefit the whole and put them at their strengths. And so I'm still learning that stuff, and it'll take a while. I really like our girls. I think that we have 3 things we talk about, and that's love, arete, which means really giving your best effort, and then Philadelphia, which means caring for one another. And so we're in the process of learning how to do all 3 of those things well. Once we do that, I think you'll probably see us figuring out what people do well, putting them in those situations so that they can benefit the whole.
You play Martin Methodist today in a preseason game. What are the importance of preseason game and really getting your team to gel together?
Yeah, just experience. Every time we have a chance to practice or play, it's experience playing together. Like I said, me learning what they do, putting them in situations where we can use those strengths and kind of stay away from weaknesses. And we're trying to develop a new identity defensively. We've got to do that because we don't have Chelsea Shumpert, because we don't have Sarah Lytle, we don't have Kyvan defending in the post, and we don't have Annalise shooting 3s outside. And so there's just a lot of different pieces of this. We've got to try to figure out how we do it well. And that process is really a lot of fun for me.
All right, Coach, thank you for joining us, and good luck today.
Thanks.
All right, well, coming up, Alex and I will preview today's games, but first, here's a look at West Tennessee this week.
My name is Crystal Taylor, and I am a graduate of Union University. I graduated in the year of 2004. The way I got to Union is completely just amazing. I was just randomly taking a college trip with another friend who was going to go there. I got there and I saw the dorm rooms. I knew nothing else about the college, and I was like, this is where I'm going, just for the dorm rooms. I don't care about anything else. But when I got to Union, it was so much more than the dorm rooms. Everyone's there to help you. get through college. And my years, they weren't easy. My senior year in college, my mom passed away unexpectedly. And Dr. Ray Van Ness in particular, he was my professor of Greek teacher, and he was just amazing in saying you can get through this. And so I thank Union. I love Union. They taught me about the word, but they also lived it, which made all of the world to me. That's my Union story.
Hello, I'm Steve Beverly with this news update from the West Tennessee Today News Center. Well, it's been a roller coaster of 24 hours when it comes to the Jackson-Madison County School Board. We were here yesterday in which we told you that controversial school board member Morris Merriweather had decided that he would resign after only 2 months on the board. Now, today, he has said he is not resigning, that he is going to rescind that decision. We're going to try to put all of this in perspective. From the time of his election, Merriweather has been unabashedly outspoken and argumentative. He openly challenged some elements of School Superintendent Eric Jones' 10-year academic and capital plan. At a board retreat, he demanded a Montessori school to be built in East Jackson, even though Jones asked him why. He suggested the board had a cozy relationship with a local architectural firm and wanted minority contractors to build new schools. Tuesday, in a long-range planning meeting, he did 90% of the talking, bringing in 2 minority contractors. Reportedly, he had not discussed this with Jones or board chair Kevin Alexander. Wednesday, at a budget meeting, he wanted a new Lincoln Elementary School built. Thursday, blaming a variety of people, he wrote a letter of resignation saying that he had had it with the board. So now the question is whether Merriweather's decision is actually official to resign or whether he can rescind it. That has 2 different sides to the story. Board Chairman Kevin Alexander told the Jackson Sun that he has been told by a state school board official that once the resignation is turned in, that is it. It was turned in to the school board office and placed in a folder. But there are others who have said that it is not official until it is acted upon by the full school board, which does not have a scheduled voting meeting until next Thursday night. Now, that's one side of the story. We have also learned in the last 24 hours that Brent Lay, who was the author of a school plan that was rejected, in fact, it was not even considered by the previous school board, called some county commissioners to see if he could get the seat on the school board if Merriweather was resigning. There was no commitment made to any of them. Sheila Godwin, who ran second in the race to Morris Merriweather back in August, contacted Gary Deaton, chairman of the county commission, and said that because she finished second in the race, that she expected to have that seat. All of that could be for moot now because of the fact that Merriweather says he is taking back his resignation. Thursday afternoon, Merriweather did a 15-minute interview with Brandon Shields of the Jackson Sun. He blamed fellow board members. He blamed his own constituents for a lack of support. He blamed the Chamber of Commerce and other community leaders for branding him as not a team player. He blamed the media for portraying him as an opponent to Dr. Jones. And he said were it not for a group he referred to as the 5, namely 5 board members who insiders say had formed a coalition, Jones would not have revived Jackson Central Mary in his plan. And so we will keep you apprised of the various things that are continuing to go on in what is a continuing soap opera, much on the level of Days of Our Lives, as we follow the exploits of whether Morris Merriweather is or isn't a school board member. And remember, when news breaks out, we'll break in.
Madison County Mayor Jimmy Harris is worried about the way education is looking. He and a group of West Tennessee mayors are concerned about early years in school for children. They have formed a coalition to boost the advancement of early childhood education. Harris says a major concern is low test scores for 3rd graders in reading and math. In a statement, Harris said that in order to attract higher paying jobs, we need a skilled workforce. He went on to say that those skills start early in life with reading and math comprehension. Early voting is over. More than 16,000 people have cast ballots already in Madison County. The question now is, what can we expect on election night next Tuesday?
If the trends continue, the percentages of voters who cast ballots on Election Day do not match the totals of early voting. If that's true this year, the key races may be already decided. The one race in Tennessee where Democrats still feel they can flip the seat is for the Senate. But polls showing a surge by Republican Marsha Blackburn in early October may derail Democratic hopes. Political science professor Sean Evans says it's still too soon to count out former Governor Phil Bredesen.
There's been talk where Texas and Tennessee may be at stake, but it seems that the polls are starting to move toward the Republicans.
In the race for governor, Bill Lee surprised many experts by winning the Republican nomination by double digits. Former Nashville Mayor Carl Dean has not been able to gain any traction in the polls.
Lee was the Republican that very few people thought that they would face, and he does not have the personality and background that's as easy to attack as, for example, Diane Black would have had.
Tuesday night, news director Steve Beverly will be following the election on West Tennessee Today on Facebook Live. The coverage will begin at 6:50. Ashley Green, West Tennessee Today.
While you are being urged to take a flu shot, we often forget the men and women of law enforcement have to stay healthy. Regional health department technicians are giving flu shots to highway patrol troopers, dispatchers, and office managers. They come into contact with hundreds of people every day, just as many of you do, and they want to avoid being carriers.
We do want to not just protect yourself, but protect everybody you're around. You don't know who you're coming in contact with, and this is the best thing you can do to protect yourself and make sure you don't infect anybody else.
Sharon reminds you that a flu shot cannot give you the flu, but several categories of people are highly at risk for the flu.
Usually we really worry about pregnant women. We worry about people who have immunocompromising conditions. We worry about our elderly population. And then, of course, we worry about our kids.
Just remember, if a state trooper pulls you over for a traffic stop in West Tennessee, more than likely he's had a flu shot. Steve Beverly, West Tennessee Today.
The flu is absolutely miserable if you catch it. Doctors usually keep you in bed for 9 to 10 days. Missing work or missing school can be costly, and not to mention you become contagious to your family and others around you. Our issue of the week is flu season. Let's go to Chloe Bitters, who's standing by with pharmacy students. They're going to make sure our own Randall Kendrick is protected from the flu.
Logan, we're going to try to dispel some myths about the flu shots. Anita Dickerson and Ashley Draper are here from the Union University School of Pharmacy. Our own Randall Kendrick has volunteered to take his shot in the studio. Thank you so much for being with us today.
No problem. It's a pleasure.
So let's go right to a question that worries me. Can the flu shot give you the flu, and why not?
No, the flu shot cannot give you the flu. It's an inactive virus, and although you may not feel 100% the next day, you might have a low-grade fever, it's just your body mounting an attack so that the next time you come into contact with the actual live flu, you're able to fight it off.
Okay. What is actually in the flu vaccine?
So every year, the CDC does its research to see which strains of the flu are most likely to infect us, and from those, they form inactive vaccines from those strains, and that's what the flu vaccine is.
What kind of risks are you taking if you don't get the flu shot?
That's a good question. So you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're also putting those who are immunocompromised, people with weak immune systems, certain age populations. They're more at risk. So someone who's healthy might fight it off a little bit more quickly, but some of the other patient populations aren't able to.
Okay. Now, what age groups are most at risk for the flu?
So especially in young children and elderly patients, they're really at risk. Their immune systems just aren't as strong. Also, pregnancy and immunocompromised people, the people that have suppressed immune systems, they're also at risk. So those patients are advised to get the vaccine instead of the mist.
If you catch the flu, how long can you expect to be laid up?
Okay, so this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It really depends on how strong your immune system is, but for someone in college and healthy, you're probably looking at about a week.
Okay. All right, and Ashley is going to give the flu shot to Randall now. Other than myths, what are some things that people should know about the flu shot?
So I would go ahead and recommend that everyone go ahead and get their flu vaccine. Technically, the CDC prefers that everyone have it done by the end of October, but it is not too late to protect yourself from the flu. Even while the flu is going on, if you go ahead and get your vaccine, it'll protect you all the way through the flu season into spring.
Wow, that was quick.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Very quickly, how long does it take for the flu vaccine to get in your system and give you full protection?
That's also a common question. So you're going to be fully protected after 2 weeks. So during that 2-week time frame, just do your best to just take precautions to avoid coming into contact with it. Make sure you're washing your hands and just taking standard precautions to not be around anyone sick.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today.
Oh, well, thank you for.
That's our look across West Tennessee. I'm Randall Kendrick, and wherever you go, we hope you have a great day in West Tennessee today.
My name is Crystal Taylor, and I am a graduate of Union University. I graduated in the year of 2004. The way I got to Union is completely just amazing. I was just randomly taking a college trip with another friend who was going to go there. I got there and I saw the dorm rooms. I knew nothing else about the college, and I was like, this is where I'm going, just for the dorm rooms. I don't care about anything else. But when I got to Union, it was so much more than the dorm rooms. Everyone's there to help you get through college. And my years, they weren't easy. My senior year in college, my mom passed away unexpectedly. And Dr. Ray Van Ness in particular, he was my professor of Greek teacher, and he was just amazing in saying you can get through this. And so I thank Union. I love Union. They taught me about the word, but they also lived it, which made all of the world to me. That's my Union story.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Own a lawn mowing service? Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
Well, basketball season is finally here in West Tennessee. Welcome into the desk. I'm Logan Whaley. He's Alex Northcutt. And today we have a preseason matchup for you as the Lady Bulldogs of Union University coming in ranked number 4 in the Division II coaches poll and number 2 in the media poll. They'll face Martin Methodist out of the Southern States Atlantic Conference in the NAIA. Now, Alex, the Lady Bulldogs coming off of what was their best season in school history, reaching the Final Four for the first time. However, they do lose a lot of experience, specifically with Chelsea Schumpert and Sarah Lytle, but they have a lot of fresh faces to this team.
This is such an interesting dynamic with, like you said, the new players coming in. You can't replace a Chelsea Schumpert. Let's just put it at that. Call a spade a spade. But this Union team is still, they're nationally ranked. I fully expect them to play kind of like they did last year. They still have a lot of returners. You got to look at the guard position at what the Lady Bulldogs return this year with Jada Perkins specifically at the point guard position, a 4-year starter, and another 4-year player, Tiffany Reaches. And you just can't really buy that kind of experience wherever you go. They're going to be really key leaders throughout this year. But it's going to be an exciting year. Let me just say that. Ever since March ended, I've had the first weekend in November penciled on my schedule. We're ready to go.
That's right, Alex. And let's go ahead and take you to the starting lineups first. For the Lady Bulldogs, you've got the senior guard, Jada Perkins. Plenty of experience coming back, averaged 10 points a game, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists. Was ranked nationally in Division II when it comes to those stats in steals and assists. You've got Jada Smith making her return. She hurt her hand last year, broke a couple of bones in there. Finally coming back, she led the team 2 years ago in total points, averaged about 14 a game to go along with 3 assists and 5 rebounds. Then you've got Kennedy Childers transferring in from North Dakota State University. Only played 8 games last year. but did average 5 points per game there. She'll make an impact on this year's Lady Bulldog team. Coach Campbell says that she'll play anywhere from the 2 through 4 position. And then you've got Morgan Martin, another transfer coming in from East Tennessee State University and Eastern Illinois University, the graduate student. She is absolutely going to make an impact on a Union team that doesn't have a lot of post depth, so she will play a big role. And then you've got Emily Beard, a sophomore who made a huge impact down the stretch last season. So, Alex, you're getting a first glance at that starting lineup there. Some new faces, but some experience from last year, especially with the guard depth. I feel like that is one of the biggest strengths that Union has this season, but the big question mark lies in the post depth. You've got Morgan Martin, a transfer, but she is the only post player with any sort of college experience. So what will the freshmen, particularly Deja Graves, the freshman out of Martin Westview, Patricia Safek, who comes in from Cameroon, what will they have to do? And even Bailey Booker, the freshman from Arkansas, what will they have to do in order to earn playing time as the season goes on?
Well, they just have to be consistent. And I think specifically with a player like Graves, the talent that she has, what she possesses skill-wise, it's some of the top in the nation. Now, the big question is that whole experience level. Morgan Martin, obviously, several years of basketball experience and clear choice for why she's the starter. And she really stretches that 4 to 5 position. She can go inside, can also step outside, hit a couple of shots as well. But Graves, we'll have to see just kind of how they work her in the lineup as well as the other two as well. But they're just going to have to show Coach Campbell, because one thing he always looks for is, can you play consistent basketball and can you play consistently at a high level?
And shifting gears now, talking about Martin Methodist, they are in the NAIA, but they are a storied program in that league. As you mentioned, 27-7 last year, 15-1 in conference play. This is a team that returns a lot from last year. And let's go ahead and give you the starting lineups for the Red Hawks of Martin Methodist. You've got Destiny Williams, a 5'6 senior guard out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. You've got the 5'5 junior guard Brooklyn Blanchard. Then you've got Ariana Majors, the 5'11 junior forward out of Antioch, Tennessee. And then, of course, the one and only Treasure Hunt, the 5'6 junior guard out of Smyrna. And then rounding out the lineup, you've got the 6-foot sophomore forward out of Collinwood, Tennessee, Lakin Arnett. So Martin Methodist, you've got head coach Billy Evans in his first year at the Red Hawk program. Alex, talk about what they need to do this season really to be successful. They do have a lot of experience coming back.
Yeah, Martin Methodist, they just got to continue to play their style of ball. New coach, new system, but I think they've got the talent and the players that have had that kind of successful experience. Like you said, had a great season last year and looking to build off that this year.
So there you have it, Union versus Martin Methodist. Tip-off in here just a few seconds. But first, let's take it down to PA announcer Josh Simmons for the preliminaries.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this homecoming 2018-2019, and to our first game of homecoming with the Martin Methodist College Red Hawks against your Union Lady Bulldogs. At this time, we ask that you will stand for our invocation, brought by Jerry Barker, the minister at Inglewood Baptist Church, and remain standing for our national anthem by a trumpet quartet made up of Union alums and current Union students, including Bill Smith of the class of 1970, Joey Moore of the class of 2016, Ken Goforth, the class of 1969, and Union skirt sophomore Michael Rose. Now, Brother Jerry.
Dear Lord, thank you for being our Lord. Thank you for being our Savior. Because of that, you make all the difference in our lives, and we thank you for that. We also thank you for Union University, and especially during homecoming, we're all reminded of just how much this school has been such a vital part of our lives. And so we thank you for Union, and may it continue to be the great school that it is. Thank you for the opportunity to start a new season, and I ask you to be with the ladies that are about to play and the men that play later. I thank you for bringing Martin Methodist here safely, and I pray that they'll have a return trip home the same way. Keep the girls from harm today. Help them to play their best. In Christ's name I pray. Amen. Amen.
First of all, the visitors on the scoreboard, the Red Hawks of Martin Methodist College out of Pulaski, Tennessee. Head coach Billy Evans and assistant coach James Sullivan. Starting at guard, 5'6" senior from Murfreesboro, Tennessee, number 2, Destiny Williams. Starting at guard, 5'5" junior from Smyrna, Tennessee, number 3, Brooklyn Blackford. Starting at 4, 5'11" junior from Antioch, Tennessee, number 23, Ariana Majors. Starting at guard, 5'6" junior from Smyrna, Tennessee, number 31, Treasure Hunt. Starting at 4, the 6-foot sophomore from Collinwood, Tennessee, number 33, Lincoln Arnold. And now, for your Union Lady Bulldogs, head coach Mark Campbell in his 20th season, assistant coach Sarah Hammond. Starting at guard, 5'5" senior from right here in Jackson, number 1, Jada Perkins. Starting at guard, 5'9" junior from Hoover, Alabama, number 2, Jada Smith. Starting at guard, 5'9" junior from Johnston, Iowa, number 3, Kennedy Childers. Starting at 4, 6'2" graduate student from Davenport, Emerald, Iowa, number 22, Morgan Martin. Starting at guard, 5'6" sophomore from Dixon, Tennessee, number 24, Emily Beard.
So there you have it, the starting lineups for both of these teams. Martin Methodist coming in at 2-0 this season. A 65-43 victory over Governor State University, and this past Thursday, a 79-65 victory over Bryan College. For the Lady Bulldogs, this is an exhibition. Their season gets underway at Berry College when they face Nova Southeastern and Berry next week. So, Alex, real quick, what are your keys to the game?
Keys to the game as the season begins. This is an exhibition game. Crowds here for homecoming. A lot of energy in the house tonight. You got to create a rhythm. This is a new team, really. A lot of returners, but still some new faces. Create a rhythm offensively and defensively. Hit open shots when you get them. And then finally, I think, hold Martin Methodist to 55 points or less, because if you do that, you win a lot of ball games.
Coach Campbell has been putting a lot of emphasis on defense in practice. So here we go. The Red Hawks, the Lady Bulldogs. The 2018-19 season is underway as the Red Hawks control the tip. At the top of the key, it's Blanchard. Perkins applying some pressure. So you see early on the Lady Bulldogs really wanting to pressure the basketball. Williams top of the key against Smith, the battle of number 2s. Right side to Majors. Good defense from Childers. Fadeaway jumper, short. But again, Treasure Hunt with the offensive rebound, and the Red Hawks will have a fresh 30.
And that's what you're seeing with the lack of post depth. Rebounding is going to be key, but this is what they got to do, create turnovers and turn it the other way.
Perkins with it. Over the top to Martin. Nice dish, nice finish.
And this is what I like from Coach Campbell. Some full court pressure, get them out of their rhythm. Offensive foul, here we go, baby.
Treasure Hunt with the off-arm pushing off. Good job by Emily Beard taking the charge, and just like that, the Lady Bulldogs with a chance to make it a 2-possession game already.
And I think that's going to be one of their key defensive schemes throughout the year, is with the smaller lineup, they got to put a lot of pressure on opposing guards.
Childers missing right, but Jada Perkins with the offensive rebound. And this is one thing I'm looking to see for the Lady Bulldogs this year. Jada Perkins, toward the end of the season, came on strong, and that's, in my opinion, what she needs to do more of, taking the ball to the rim, a smooth left-handed finish, kissing it off the glass.
In the 4 years that I've been at Union, and that's really insane to even say out loud that I've been here that long, but in the 4 years I've been covering basketball, I've never seen a more complete player than Jada Perkins. Just does everything well.
She does it all, started all 36 games last season for the Lady Bulldogs, as the layup is no good by Williams. Over the top to Jada Smith. Welcome back, Jada Smith. Her first 2 points since 2 years ago.
We'll be seeing a lot more of her. You talked about the versatility she brings to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, you just wait till she gets going.
Jada Smith being asked to play any position from the 2 through 4, almost the LeBron James type role on this year's team. Another turnover, this time it's Childers, and it's a foul by Treasure Hunt. That will be 2 quick fouls on her.
I know we talked about this yesterday, but I just want to reiterate once more that you just compared Jada Smith to LeBron James. I just want that. Just want everyone to know that went on the record.
Not the player, more of the role on the team.
The role, okay.
Yes.
This
is Division II basketball. I'm not going to make that comparison.
Union University and the Los Angeles Lakers. Well, what else do we got?
Same thing. Avery Carpenter checking in as Emily Beard with the right-handed finish, and the Lady Bulldogs are on a quick 8-0 run here to start the game.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit back and enjoy this one at this point.
Lady Bulldogs applying full-court pressure, wanting to trap. Martin Methodist checking in. Marcia Reed. We'll go ahead and just give you the rundown of the starting five as Reed fires from the top of the key, and the first points of the game will come from Reed, a 5'10 freshman out of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Got to get something going offensively, and might as well throw it up. Nothing else is working.
And a foul called quickly on the other end. Jada Smith and Tiffany Reach is set to check back in for the Lady Bulldogs. Reaches for the first time. I'm used to her being a starter. I'm kind of curious to see how she'll perform coming off the bench.
Well, she's interesting because last year, if you noticed, she did start predominantly throughout the entire year. But there were some games where she just came out just flat. Like there was just no other way to put it. So maybe this is a new strategy. Putting her in off the bench. Because some people, I'll make an NBA comparison as well. Manu Ginobili. Coming off the bench as a six man, brilliant, thrived in that role. Maybe Tiffany Reach is set for that this year.
The Spurs fan coming out of Alex Northcutt there as Morgan Martin drains 2 free throws there. Quickly the other way, Martin Methodist looking to change pace a little bit perhaps. But the Lady Bulldog defense good at getting back in transition. That's one of the emphasis that Coach Campbell put on his defense this year. It's the pack line style defense where you don't want to get beat off the dribble and off transition. A foul called there. Looks like that'll be on Smith. Oh, actually, it'll be a charge on Reed.
Wow. Definitely didn't think I didn't think she was set. Thought that was a blocking foul.
To me, it seemed like an obvious call, but that's why I'm sitting here and not out there refereeing.
Right.
Smith, top of the key. Martin, good positioning, and she'll finish.
And it's fundamental things, Logan. It's the simple way she's playing. She's not doing anything flashy. She's getting good position. Guards are finding her, and she's finishing at the rim.
Another turnover, perhaps a missed kickball violation there, but nonetheless we'll play on. Smith, no good, missed it left. Rebound goes to the Redhawks. That's Taylor McNary with the rebound, and a foul will go to Jada Perkins. She hacked Samaria Thompson.
And we're going to get a first look at West Tennessee's own Deja Graves, Westview High School graduate, and pretty good program over there in Martin if you're familiar with the West Tennessee area. And now with Deja, biggest thing is just making that transition from the high school level to the Division II level and playing on a team such as Union that likes to play fast. And it's really not her style, but we'll see how she adjusts in this position.
2 of Westview's very best players on the court at the same time. You've got Reaches and Graves. No good there. Rebound to Reed. A nice dish inside, and the finish is good by Taylor McNary. So now Martin Methodist starting to settle in. And we'll get our first look at Miracle Gray, top of the key. Tried to force it inside to Graves. It's going to stay with the Lady Bulldogs. Miracle Gray, Alex, a highly touted transfer, a junior from Purdue. Played in 33 games last season and averaged 8 minutes per game. Her sister is former Florida State player and current Fox Sports 1 reporter Angel Gray.
That I did not know. That's a fun stat right there.
Absolutely.
Look at you, Logan Whaley, doing your homework.
Doing research.
That's right.
I am a journalist.
That's it. That's what you got to do, man.
And it'll be a turnover there for the Lady Bulldogs, the first turnover of the game. Kennedy Childers will check back in for Avery Carpenter. Carpenter is somebody, Alex, that has taken some steps forward over the offseason. I'm curious to see how she'll look in game this season. Last year, she looked a little timid at times, but you saw flashes of what she could do on the court. And a nice job there by Gray, poking the ball loose. Childers with it. Dishes to Gray. And the Lady Bulldogs will just back it out. Reaches thought about it. Tipped out of bounds, and it'll stay with the Lady Bulldogs. So Union getting a little bit cold here offensively in the last few possessions.
Miracle Gray is going to be an interesting addition just because coming from that Division I level. And just a lot of interesting things. She's also one that's just going to have to adjust to this style of play, adjust to Coach Campbell's system. But I think she'll be one of those role players that you're going to need come down late in the postseason.
Childers with a forced shot there, no good. The other way, and the layup is good. That is Samaria Thompson, the freshman guard out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. 27 points in her first 2 games for the Redhawks. No good quickly on the other end. And the Redhawks. And, well, as soon as I say that, Jada Smith with a steal. And the finish.
And that's where this Union team has got to start clicking. We talked about creating a rhythm. When Union creates a rhythm defensively, creates turnovers, it's a nightmare for opposing teams. That's when they're going to thrive. And you see the run and jump trap right now.
Martin Methodist able to escape. Finish no good. A nice job there defensively by Deja Graves. Here's Reaches, her first look of the season. Nothing but the bottom of the net.
Doesn't take much to get Reaches going from outside. Just has to see one go through.
She had a really good game last year against Clark Atlanta in the NCAA South Region Tournament. Childers, baseline J, good.
Also like to point out, Union's already created 6 turnovers and have scored 10 points off those turnovers. Here we go again.
Make that 7 turnovers. Easy lay-in by Jada Smith. We'll see if head coach Billy Evans wants to burn a timeout here.
Why he hasn't already, I'll never know.
Another turnover. And really Samaria Thompson having a tough time, but Union turns it right back over. And good job there, Deja Graves getting her hand in there, but it's going to be a turnover. And we're going to have our first media timeout. Union hit a bit of a cold spell offensively, but since they have gone on a 9-0 run, they lead at the media timeout 21-7. We'll take a timeout on the court as well. We'll be right back.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gym, and Martin Methodist turning the ball over more often than not in their last few possessions. 9 turnovers in 7 minutes. Union has capitalized for 12 points off of the turnovers. And Alex, that's just an example of how good Union can be defensively.
That's been the story of the game. You cannot turn the ball over against a team like Union 9 times in 7 minutes. It's just not going to work for you.
And now we have our sideline reporter, Daniel Potts, joining us. And Daniel, Coach Campbell has to be pleased with what he saw from his team defensively.
Well, Union is in control to this point, but Coach Campbell still wants to see more effort. He wants to see them getting to the ball quicker and just an overall more cleaner pace of play.
And there you have it. Defensively, yes, the Lady Bulldogs are performing well, and they're doing well in transition. But in a set offense, they've really kind of struggled.
Yeah, and that comes as the season progresses. That didn't surprise me at all. This is, trying to find their rhythm. They've gone inside a lot to Martin and Graves. I think that's where they're looking to find their offense at the start of this game. But as the season progresses, teams will start to figure them out. When you get into those big conference games with your West Floridas, your Lees, teams that you've been playing for years and years and years, you're going to have to find new ways to convert on an offensive set. So it didn't surprise me if they're struggling at the beginning of the season, but that's why it's imperative right now to get a defensive flow going, get confidence.
Union, as we previewed before the game, ranked number 4 in the coaches poll, number 2 in the media poll. They got 10 first-place votes in the Gulf South Conference as Carpenter is hacked and will go to the line to shoot 2. The rest of the preseason poll looks like this. You got Valdosta State, ranked number 23 in the nation. They got 2 first-place votes. West Florida at number 3, they got 1 first-place vote. And the rest looks like this. Lee, West Georgia, West Alabama, Delta State, Alabama Huntsville, Christian Brothers, Mississippi College, Auburn Montgomery, Shorter, and Montevallo. So it should be a very intriguing conference. Valdosta State, probably one of their best seasons last year. They did lose their 3 top players, though, and really those 3 players, that was their team pretty much. That's who they centered their team around, and Maddie Mitchell, Kenya Simone Dixon, and, of course, you got Taylor Bowie as well.
But with that team, they've built a program. That season was imperative for future recruiting, for, kind of taking that season and trying to build off that success. So, obviously, I think they'll be at the top of the conference as well, just because they've kind of built a name for themselves. You got great coaching over there as well. Here's my thing. I don't even know why it's even popped into my brain. Don't sleep on Delta State this year in the women's category. The way they played, their style of play is very similar to how Union plays. They like to get you uncomfortable on the offensive end with their defensive style. So it wouldn't surprise me if they made a run.
Lakin Arnett scoring 4 quick points for the Red Hawks. Union having some troubles getting some rebounds. Emily Beard, the iron was unkind on that one. Emily Beard, Alex, should be one of the top shooters, in my opinion, in the conference this year. Only averaged around 3 points a game last year, but she came on strong at the end of the last season.
Well, I just specifically remember that first-round regional game, I believe, against Clark Atlanta, where she busted out for it was 20-plus points, and it was, I think she hit about 6 to 7 3-point shots. It was all from behind the arc. So she's another player like Regis that just needs to build a little confidence, but once she sees a couple of shots go through, once she gets that rhythm, she's dangerous from outside.
Emily Beard last year, 37 total field goals, 31 of those were from beyond the arc. So she lives behind the 3-point line and does a very good job at it. Shot 34% last year.
And what a lot of people overlook, too, is what we highlighted last year is really why she got playing time in the first place. She's an elite defender.
Absolutely right. We'll see Blanchard with the ball, and Martin Methodist, again, 27-7 last year, a good program in the NAIA. They were picked 3rd in the SSAC this year, so should be a successful year for them. Miracle Gray will get called with the foul. And Coach Campbell in practice has really focused on Miracle Gray. He believes that she could turn into a solid player for this Lady Bulldogs team, but defensively, Coach Campbell has definitely had some issues with her on that. So we'll see. We'll see how she progresses this season.
And honestly, that's where I think her role has got to come from. She's got to prove she's an elite defender to get quality time.
Perkins with the steal and the finish going coast to coast. 25-11.
Got a good feeling that's not the first time you're going to say that this season.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and save that in my drafts, so to speak.
We'll just put it on a recording. We'll just press a button every time it happens.
Mm-hmm. Out of bounds will stay with the Red Hawks.
Can we do that?
That would be tricky, but I mean, hey, if anyone could find a way, it's our crew here at Worthy Road Studios.
Better believe it. Well, because if we could, Steve Beverly would have already thought of that to incorporate some of his sound bites into our broadcast.
I'm sure a couple of songs in there as well.
Yeah.
No good there from just inside the 3-point line by Blanchard. Martin fighting to get the rebound there. 1 minute to play here in the first quarter of action between the Red Hawks and the Lady Bulldogs. Jada Perkins at the top of the key. Looking for an opening, finds Beard wide open, and she's going to hit that more often than not.
I didn't want to jinx it just in case, but as soon as she set her feet and caught the ball, I was thinking splash in my head all the way.
Some spare change with that, too.
Definitely.
Blanchard looking to answer, missing it short. Out of bounds. And it will be Lady Bulldog basketball. Childers and Reaches checking in. You've got Beard, and I believe Miracle Gray checking out. Deja Graves checking in for Morgan Martin.
Motion back.
So an interesting lineup here. You've got Perkins, Childers, Smith, Graves, Reaches. Union can burn some time off the clock. You've got about a 6-second differential between the shot and game clock. Looking for a good shot here. Smith with a fake and a smooth drive, but cannot finish. Graves with the putback. 30 points in the first quarter for the Lady Bulldogs. Martin Methodist will hold for one, but Jada Perkins anticipating the pass. She'll lay it in, and the Lady Bulldogs lead at the end of the first quarter, 32-11. Some definite high points and a little bit of low points in that first quarter, but overall the Lady Bulldogs coasting to a 21-point lead. We'll take a break, and we'll have the second quarter for you right here on E+ TV6 and Worthy Road Studios.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
There you see legendary head coach Mark Campbell in the huddle with his team. This is his 20th season as a head coach. 586 wins, 90 losses, 87% of his games won. Again, just a stat that no matter how many times you read it, just pops out at you. His Lady Bulldogs lead Martin Methodist 32-11 at the end of the first quarter. And Alex, Union really shot the basketball well, but they got a ton of easy looks, and a lot of that comes from solid defense.
Created 11 turnovers, scored 17 points off those turnovers. That's the storyline of the game, plain and simple. The defense has wreaked havoc all afternoon long, and we're just now starting the second quarter. They're up by 21. I don't know how worse it can get for Martin Methodist. You got to settle down. You're in a tough environment. Take care of the basketball.
Balanced scoring for the Lady Bulldogs all around. You've got 6 for JP, 6 for JS, 6 for Morgan Martin, 5 for Beard, 3 for Reaches, and 2 for Childers, Carpenter, and Graves. So it'll be Lady Bulldog basketball to start the second quarter. Smith finding Childers. She'll pop the 3. Rims out. Battle for the rebound, ultimately secured by the Red Hawks and Lacey Reed. On the drive is Thompson, and good defense there by the Lady Bulldogs. Hail Mary pass by Perkins over the top to Smith, and that was a thing of beauty. And already Billy Evans burning his first timeout. And Alex, we'll go ahead and just keep it here.
Why not?
Evans probably not happy with the effort that he's seeing from his team right now.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty accurate statement. How things are going. It's one of those things, and here's what I also want to point out too, is this is a Martin Methodist team. The reason Union schedules them is to get competition. This isn't yes, it's homecoming, but this isn't a game where you just, bring in a cupcake team just to, roll right over them. Usually, because you look at last year, this was a 7-point game. Union honestly got lucky to come away with the win last year. Didn't really play too well against the Martin Methodist team. They came ready to play. This year, it just doesn't seem like the Lady Redhawks are clicking, and it all boils down to them taking care of the basketball. So you've got to credit Union's defense. Martin Methodist, in order to keep this game competitive and in reach, they have got to settle down because Union's dictating the tempo in this game. They're controlling what they do offensively and defensively, and quite frankly, I think this environment and the Lady Bulldogs and what this program has accomplished the past couple of years, it's gotten into the Lady Redhawks' head. And so these next 3 to 4 minutes for Martin Methodist are going to be crucial if they want to even remotely make this game close.
And I mean, this isn't necessarily unexpected. You have a preseason game. Typically, they are one-sided. But again, you see some upsets take place. Like, for example, in Division II, Trevecca Nazarene in Nashville, they knocked off Division I Middle Tennessee State in exhibition play. So you can't overlook these games, and Coach Campbell doing a good job of keeping his players focused. But for Martin Methodist, 11 points in 11 minutes of basketball, not necessarily ideal. You have as many turnovers as points. The shot no good by Faith Sharrow, but the putback is good by McNary.
And that's what you risk when you go to a zone trap, is those backside rebounds, those openings right there. You forget the box out. So a really good job right there from McNary, just crashing the glass. And that's what Union, they're going to give that up occasionally, but they've got to. It's one of those things where it's worked so far because they've created more turnovers than they have second chance opportunities.
Perkins almost too aggressive there on the other end, getting the charge call. It'll be Lady Red Hawk basketball. It's Reed with it, top of the key, and with 10 seconds to go, it'll be Thompson setting a play up. Deep three by Sparrow, no good. Childers with it the other way. From the charity stripe, good. First points for Kennedy Childers, and Childers another player that Coach Campbell sees a lot of versatility in. She'll be playing a lot of the 2 through 4 positions.
Yeah, Childers, you could just tell in warm-ups, excellent in the mid-range game right there. Last possession right there for the Lady Bulldogs, really just fell asleep in transition.
And Childers has played 64 games in 3 years at North Dakota State. Did lose a season due to a torn ACL. Played in 28 games her freshman year. She was a 3-star recruit out of high school. No good there. But again, another second chance for Martin Methodist. That is offensive rebound number 6. And tipped. Childers, her best acting job there. We had a clear view. It was clearly off on her.
Well, great job anticipating that pass because I can definitely see where the Lady Redhawks were going with that, as they had a mismatch down low with Reed. She's just checked out of the game right there, but she had Perkins on her, so it could have been an easy 2 points right there had they connected that pass around the wing.
The 5 on the court for the Lady Bulldogs. You've got Perkins, Beard, Carpenter, Martin, and Childers. Short on the 3, Carpenter with a rebound. Picking up the dribble. Nice aggressive defense there by Martin Methodist, unable to capitalize. Childers on the dribble drive. Knocked loose. And it's secured by the Red Hawks. You've got Thompson the other way and Carpenter with the foul there. Good job by Carpenter hustling back there, making her earn the 2 points from the charity stripe.
Well, Union really just on that last few possessions, really just getting sloppy with the way they're passing the ball. Carpenter's done it a couple of times in this game. Childers leaving her feet, trying to find Martin on the pick and pop, if you will, and Martin Methodist doing a good job of reading that. And here's where the Lady Hawks need to really make a push, changing the tempo. Is now they've settled Union down. The game is kind of slowed down. You're down by 20. If you're Coach Evans, you want to try to get this thing within about 15 to 12 points by the end of the quarter.
2 of 2 at the line for Maria Thompson, the freshman out of Dyersburg, Tennessee. Thompson leading this team in scoring, 27 points in 2 games. Count it, and the foul for Morgan Martin. But going back on Thompson, looking like she'll have a bright future in this Red Hawks program.
And Thompson really, she was in place. She was there, set. However, right in the middle of that restricted area, and Martin's doing a good job absorbing the contact, finishing. And if you're late rotating over on that play, Martin's going to score every single time. So I don't know what it takes. I think that Coach Campbell, that's I guess going to be their first look in the offensive set, and if it's there, that's money every single time.
Martin missing the free throw, but a good job by Carpenter securing the offensive rebound. Carpenter on the drive, a little too strong on the layup, and it'll be Blanchard and the Red Hawks the other way. The 3 by Sherrow, no good. Offensive rebound and the swat by Martin, and they'll get Miracle Gray with the foul.
No, I think I think it was Williams. Loose ball foul on Williams.
Based on the reaction, Miracle Gray thought she got tagged with a foul, so I thought she got tagged with a foul, but instead it'll be Lady Bulldog basketball.
Body language can be deceiving, my friend.
17-38 the score. I seem to know a song with those 2 numbers in it. Carpenter on the drive, and
wow.
she traveled.
That's too much.
It's one of the rare times
that's
where
a
I can
good,
make a
subtle
reference.
hint right there.
Yes.
That's awesome.
You've got Blanchard with it across the timeline. Here's Treasure Hunt. Hunt looking to get on the board, but she's only played 6 minutes. Baseline drive and a block by Smith, but got too much of the body. And going to the line to shoot 2 will be Destiny Williams.
That's, I guess, really the only thing that has been somewhat working for the Lady Redhawks. They got to get to the free throw line. That's where they're finding the majority of their points. No one on Martin Methodist team has more than 4 total points. The defense from the Lady Bulldogs has been nothing less than remarkable in this first half. And even Union spread the points around. They've got Smith with 8, Martin with 8, Perkins with 6, Beard with 5. I mean, it's spread around the board, and that's what you want to see early on in these games, because you got to look at last year's team. It was Schumpert early on going for about 25, 30 points, and then role players here and there maybe getting a dime or something like that. You never know. But this is a team with a lot of potential where you really don't have a superstar player like you did last year.
And a trap forcing the turnover there for the Lady Bulldogs. Easy lay-in on the other end for Avery Carpenter. And the Lady Bulldogs relying heavily on forcing turnovers, leading to easy points on the other end. They're shooting 63% from the field right now. Another block from Morgan Martin. Martin, the 6'2 junior, or excuse me, a graduate forward out of ETSU, did not play last season. In fact, their last college experience was 2 years ago. Averaged about 8 minutes a game. The career high is 10 points.
I'll tell you what, Logan, I don't know how he gets these players here, but Morgan Martin, I'm going to call it at the beginning of the season. Later on, come conference time, going to be a huge pickup from Coach Campbell in the offseason.
Absolutely. It seems like Coach Campbell really
traveled.
Looked like, yeah, definitely looked like she got away with the travel, and I think she knew it too. But you look at the players who have transferred in over the past couple of seasons. You've got Chelsea Schumpert as Treasure Hunt, short on the 3. And fight for the rebound again, secured by the Redhawks. But you look at last year, you got Chelsea Schumpert transferring in from Division I, University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, coming in making an immediate impact. Later on in the season, you got Kyvan Gooden-Rogers from the University of Kentucky and Western Kentucky University.
The year before that, he brought back Astrid Hudeman. I mean, wouldn't you just love to sit in a Coach Campbell recruiting meeting?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you just love to be a fly on the wall?
No doubt. Because the Lady
I
Bulldogs.
wonder what his sales pitch is. I mean, all he's got to do is really just walk in the room, and that's a sales pitch enough. But
right.
I want to know what he says. That would be a fascinating little experiment.
Sherrow with the steal, going coast to coast. And the Redhawks cut it to 19. Should have a media timeout next dead ball. But yeah, going back to recruiting, you're right, Alex. I mean, I think Coach Campbell recruits a lot of these players out of high school, and if they don't go to Union, a lot of coaches just give up on them. But Coach Campbell,
he follows up.
He checks and sees how they're doing. You know, not really as a recruiting pitch, more of a relationship type pitch.
It's unique. It's very unique, and it's why this program has been as successful as it has.
On the drive is Blanchard, missing it. Graves with a rebound. You know, in Deja Graves, at first glance is Smith. No foul called there, missing the layup. But Graves, at first glance, reminds me a lot of Bria Gaines.
Right.
Probably not as polished on the inside yet as Bria, but she definitely has that potential to make an impact down the stretch for the Lady Bulldogs.
Right, and you like you said, you see the tools, you see little glimpses of a Bria Gaines and Deja Graves. It's not there yet. She's a freshman, obviously. It's going to take some time. She's a true freshman, too. So it's just going to take a little time for that to get there.
Not even close on the 3, and it'll be Lady Bulldog basketball. And we'll have immediate timeout. 40-21 the score. The Lady Bulldogs holding to the lead. We'll be right back after these messages.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, Logan Whaley and Alex Northcutt with you. Union leads Martin Methodist 40-21. Alex, Union hitting a bit of a lull on the offensive end.
Yeah, just where they were getting their points early on was defensive pressure. Told you Martin Methodist had to settle down. They've done that so far. They're doing a good job of attacking the basket, getting to the free throw line, but they've also got to convert. If you're Martin Methodist, you got to start hitting these bunny shots. They're shooting 8 of 26 from the field. Could be around 12, 14 of 26. This could be a completely different ball game. Could be a 10-point game. They hit a couple of layups, but Union, like I said, they've controlled the game. They've dictated the tempo. There's a reason why they're up 19 points right now.
And Coach Campbell, Daniel, I'm sure not too happy with what he saw in those last 2 or 3 minutes from his team.
Well, Coach said they are responsible for when they are on the floor, and they need to make the most of their minutes. And he quoted 5 missed layups and the inability to switch. He is very frustrated at this moment with the intangibles.
And with that, we'll switch gears and go toward Martin Methodist side of things. We have Chloe Bitters joining us. And Chloe, what did Coach Billy Evans have to say to his team?
Logan, the coach said that they have one goal. They have one goal to get the ball in the basket. They have one goal to get the rebounds. He wants them to execute their plays, and he wants them to make some baskets here.
And to your point, Alex, they have missed a lot of easy opportunities, and they've gotten a lot of second chance looks, just unable to capitalize, only 21 points.
Yeah, and that really just comes with, I think, being on the road. You're in a tough environment. Union's playing very, very strong defense, and it's still early on in the season. It's very expected at this point.
Childers barely missing the layup, but Graves is there for the putback. But you saw there from Childers, she has the ability to create her own shot. I think that is something that will add a lot to this Lady Bulldog team.
Very unique player on the offensive and defensive end. Another one of those complete players I was talking about. As you see, again, she can handle the ball and plays good defense, has the outside shot, but also can take it inside, as you're about to see right here.
The 5'9" guard missing with the left hand. A tough shot there, but a good job getting to the basket. I think that is one of her strong suits. Carpenter tipping it, and it will stay with the Red Hawks. Treasure Hunt returning, along with Miracle Gray. And I tell you, those are 2 all-time names right there.
Yep.
That I just listed.
Not going to say that too many times.
That might be the only time I think I'll ever say that, honestly. Treasure Hunt, the junior out of Smyrna. Miracle Gray, the junior out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. So, hey, who knows? If they play each other in exhibition, that might be my last time saying it. Gray with it. Taking it to the basket.
Yes.
A nice move,
no.
but cannot finish.
Taking it overseas to the Euro step. You got to convert, Logan. You got to convert.
And you see glimpses of what she can do on the court. She is speedy and athletic as all get out, as that is a 2 by Lakin Arnett. Not Kevin Garnett, Lakin Arnett.
I think we'd know if Kevin Garnett was out here. You'd hear him before you saw him.
Yes.
Big ticket.
19-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs as Regis misses the 3, but Jada Perkins securing the offensive rebound. Her second. Regis missing twice in a row. That's rare. But on the other end, here are the Red Hawks with a minute to play in the second quarter. A nice fake there by Ariana Majors. And you see how quickly the Lady Bulldogs get back to the offensive side of the basketball. Getting back across the timeline in just a matter of 2 seconds. Turning the ball over there, however. Beard and Smith checking in. Regis and Carpenter checking out. Martin checking in for Deja Graves. So here we go, 11-second differential between the shot and game clock. So we'll assume that the Lady Bulldogs will hold for one after this possession.
Here they come with that run and jump trap again.
Inside, nice recovery by the Bulldogs as Martin just swatting it out of bounds.
And that's the key to a good run and jump trap is you're going to have holes, but you've got to rotate. If you don't rotate, then it falls apart. And you've got to be in good communication. On that possession right there, Lady Bulldogs did a good job of that.
Martin, by my count, has 3 blocks now, and another turnover, and Perkins losing the handle on it. And a look what I found as Samaria Thompson finds the basketball right at the rim. She'll get hacked and will go to the line to shoot 2.
Now the Lady Bulldogs already in this game. First half with 7 turnovers. That's really what's been keeping Martin Methodist in the game is Union. They'll create a turnover just like you saw right there, but somehow find a way to give it right back.
Martin Methodist not really capitalizing off of those turnovers. Only 5 points off of the Union's turnovers. As the first free throw is good by Thompson. Second one off the back iron. Martin with a rebound, and it'll be Perkins the other way. 8 to shoot. Perkins losing the handle. And this is where Union has really struggled toward the end of last year as there's a frustration foul. No reason to foul that far away from the basket. Coach Gamble's got to be frustrated with that. But Union, Union last year really struggled with holding the ball for the last possession. It's not really their style, but it's one of those things where you almost have to hold for the last possession. So yeah. I wonder how the Lady Bulldogs will get better at that over the season.
Well, and just, over the years, they run not really the same play, but the same kind of set, if you will. Usually it'll take point guard and it'll run like a pick and pop off the screen at the top of the key, but also there'll be some movement on the opposite side with another shooter. So you'll see like a reach just come from the corner right up to the top as post players dumping down low or coming back out. So just a matter of just reading the defense and making the correct play.
Daniel 1 for 2 at the free throw line as we'll head to the locker room. The Lady Bulldogs with a 42-27 lead over Martin Methodist. Now, Alex, a good first half there for the Lady Bulldogs. Some positives on the defensive side, but overall, some lulls on the offensive game.
Yeah, and it just comes with figuring out that rhythm I talked about. They've done a good job of controlling the game, controlling the speed of the game, but as far as what they do themselves, how they execute an efficient offensive scheme, that's just stuff that's going to have to come with time. Defensively, I think that's been the biggest key, and they've done a great job of that. It's what's got them this big lead.
So with that, we'll take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we will have head coach David Niven with you here on Union basketball. So 42-27 the score at the end of the first half. Lady Bulldogs lead, and we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back with head coach Dave Niven.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
JA Site Pay kiosks are the convenient way to pay your utility bill. These kiosks are featured in the foyer at Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and at the drive-thru at Pleasant Plains Extended. Use your account number and follow step-by-step prompts to pay with cash, check, credit, or debit card. Account credit is immediate, and a printed confirmation receipt is provided. Another step in customer service at JEA today.
Well, we welcome you back to the Union University Bulldog Basketball Network as we've got a good game here at the Fred DeLay. It's homecoming. Fans are out. You can see it right here. The pep band's ready to go, and I am joined not by Coach Niven. We'll have him in a second.
He'll be here in
He'll
shortly.
be here in a second.
Yeah.
But I've got Steve Beverly. How often can you get to sit here and talk a little basketball with Steve
You're the
Beverly?
sports director at Channel 7, man. You're there now.
Hey, we're getting there. We're getting there. Remember, we were just talking about that off cam. You know how you started it.
I'll tell you what, we got Dave Niven right here, so I'm
right.
going to hand the headphones. So you talk for about 15 seconds while I pass this off.
It was a pleasure having a brief conversation with you.
It was the shortest interview you've ever done and one of the best.
27 seconds. I'll put that on my resume. We're going to talk to Coach Niven right now.
All right, Coach
Steve,
Niven, let's get him on here.
You have a good one right here. All right, so we're going to bring in Coach Niven right here. Talk a little guys basketball. Coach, new season. Pleasure having you back at the desk. Let's have a quick conversation. So first off, let's talk a little about recap of last season real quick. Just kind of talk about some things you want to build off of. You got a few guys returning, but really, again, just kind of a brand new team this year, Coach.
I do. I have 4 returning guys. 3 of them are playing. We've got one who's most likely out for the season with an injury. But we've got Ty Boykin back. Was freshman of the year last year. And we have J.C. Hawkins back and Tevin Florent. And then John Caleb's probably out. But those guys are they've been able to provide some continuity and kind of establish who we are, who we want to be in that locker room. Ty was voted a unanimous captain by his teammates as a sophomore this week. So, but yeah, we got 10 new guys on top of that. And so new staff, a bunch of new student assistant coaches. So everything's new. But I'm excited about all of it. I like these guys. They're working hard, and there's going to be plenty of times for us to learn and figure things out on the fly, and that's going to be the case even today, I'm sure. But we've got a good group. I'm excited about what's ahead.
Man, this group's got a lot of talent on the floor as well, and specifically, let's talk a little bit about Ty Boykin. Great year as a freshman coming in, and really rightfully so named captain of this team. Talk about how he has kind of transitioned into that big-time leadership role.
Well, I think that's who he is. It's not something that he has to force, or even as a freshman. He gained teammates' respect right off the bat. I think he was actually in this game last year. He was our leading scorer in his first game. So, he is a tough kid that comes every day and is ready to go. And I think his teammates respect that, and they've noticed that. He was a big part in recruiting every one of them. He's certainly a guy that we lean on heavily for to be the student host on visits and that kind of stuff. So he does a great job of really all summer just developing relationships with guys that maybe had just signed with us or whatever the case may be, of really establishing that before they ever got back on campus. And so, he's a guy that we rely on at both ends of the floor in a lot of ways, and so one of those things that I'm excited about just how he continues to develop. He's had a lot of injuries this off season, not 100% right now, but he's a tough kid, and he'll be out there today. He fights through stuff every day, so we're excited about him.
Yep, we expect him to as well. So let's talk about some of these new guys. You got specifically at the post position. You got Tevin and JC kind of returning at that 3 stretch 4 position as well, but you've really had to refill and kind of revamp kind of some new guys at the post player. Just kind of tell us really who you got in the lineup, kind of how they've progressed into the positions, the players that you got.
Well, we've got 2 new guys in the post. LaDante Hicks Gentry, this guy that we signed early in the summer.
He's a big fella.
He's a load. He's a double guy in junior college. Just has the ability to score in a lot of different ways, but runs the floor really hard, plays hard, rebounds, defends. And then Samory Gay is a guy that we signed. He was our last signee right at the end of the summer, and really a guy that, man, he was just a blessing to come across that late. Just the timing happened to be perfect, and God really worked all that out for him to be here. But he's another guy that's been voted a captain by his teammates. He's a great kid, plays extremely hard, was on a really, really good junior college team in a really good league, and he's played in some high-level games. And so he'll have the chance. I think he can do a lot of things for us. He is going to be an elite defender just because of his intelligence. He anticipates things well and is in the right place at the right time, and can really do a lot on that end of the floor. We're going to continue to work with him and develop his offensive game, and he's got all the tools. I'm excited to see how he progresses over the next couple of years.
And then you've also got some 2 local kids from West Tennessee, Middleton's Ty Parks, and then even bringing back one of Southside's own, Taranda Smith. Kind of what do they bring to the table as well?
Yeah, hopefully a lot of people.
Yeah. I think so.
We filled up a pass list, I think. But they are guys that both of them will have an immediate impact. Ty is region player of the year, local kid, West Tennessee, had a great high school career, and we were fired up that he wanted to stay close to home and come join us. Man, he's a guy that can do a lot of things. Everything is new for him right now. Learning the way that we defend, learning the way that we play on offense, and so there's a learning curve that goes with just being a freshman college player, but all the tools you'll see, there's an elite level of athleticism that he possesses as he continues to develop his skills of ball handling and shooting and passing. He's going to be a great player for us. And then Rand, Southside kid, has really developed from high school over the last 2 years. Junior college was great for him. Right. He was Region Player of the Year in his junior college last year. He's a guy that can score from a lot of different places. Another guy who's got some athleticism that we're really relying on those guys to help us improve defensively, trying to make sure that's something that we can get a lot better at, and so I think those guys will both do that well. Working with Rand on his consistency, we've had two days of competition. One he was phenomenal, the other one he wasn't, and so I don't know which Rand's going to show up today. We're working with that just to help him, because he's got all the tools to be a really, really good player for us.
Right, and so sounds like you got a lot of good pieces to the puzzle. Now, how do you put them together this afternoon?
We're in process of figuring out who plays well together and where and when, and so you have a tendency in these kind of games to go with the guys that have played and that you're familiar with and you know that they're going to get. But you also, we're going to play all these freshmen today, significant minutes, and see how they respond, in live action. We had live action Thursday night on the road, and we had all of our freshmen at one time or another made significant plays for us, but we watched film of that yesterday and recognized, man, there's a lot of mistakes we got to correct. And so another chance today to do that in a real game with people in the stands, and so can't really put a price on how valuable that is.
Absolutely. Well, Union takes on Freed Hardeman right after this girls game. Coach, as always, appreciate your time. Best of luck to you this season.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, well, when we come back, me and Logan are going to break down the first half of this game. We'll get you ready for the second half of the girls game between Martin Methodist and Union. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Service is not just what we say, it's what we do. When you choose E+ Broadband for your cable, internet, and telephone services, you can trust us to provide unmatched reliability. From sales to installation, we work hard to bring the services you depend on every day. We're currently upgrading the network to increase our service offerings available to you, so look for us in your neighborhood soon. And thank you for choosing E+ Broadband and for your trust in the local service we provide right here in Jackson.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV 6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39. So there you have it, Alex Northcutt interviewing Coach Dave Niven. A good interview that was.
Thank you.
I
appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. At the end of the first half, it is 42-27 in favor of the Lady Bulldogs. Let's go ahead and break down the first half stats, if you will. So the Lady Bulldogs, 18 of 38 from the field at 47%, 2 of 12 from 3, 17%. Of course, they haven't had to shoot the three ball a lot, forcing a lot of turnovers. Martin Methodist has turned the ball over 16 times. Lady Bulldogs with 19 points off of those turnovers. Martin Methodist is winning the rebounding battle 21-17. And there you have it, Alex. Again, the free throws, not a lot to mention. Martin Methodist 6 of 9, Union 4 of 5. So individually, too, not a lot of players sticking out. You do have Jada Smith and Morgan Martin with 8 each. You've got Jada Perkins with 6, Emily Beard with 5, and for Martin Methodist, Lakin Arnett leading all scorers, leading Martin Methodist along with Thompson with 6 points each. So, Alex, a first half that really featured a lot of ups in terms of Union's defensive pressure, but honestly, some inconsistency on the Lady Bulldogs' end.
Yeah, and it really just, there were so many times where the Lady Bulldogs would create a turnover, but then just give it right back to the Lady Redhawks. And if they can learn to minimize those possessions and convert, I mean, they can blow this game wide open. So we'll just see how they come out defensively in these first 5 minutes of this quarter.
Union back to their original starting 5, Perkins, Smith, Childers, Beard, and Martin. The 5 out there, and for Martin Methodist, you've got the starters of Williams, Blanchard, Majors, Hunt, and Arnett as the Lady Bulldogs get a turnover here. Perkins on the drive, kicking it out to the right corner, and Childers took one too many steps, got a little bit of happy feet there, if you will.
And that's exactly the kind of possessions that I think Coach Campbell is trying to avoid. Great defensive possession to start out, create a turnover, give it right back. That's not what you want to do. It's something they've got to work on in this game. And obviously, I do believe they'll get better at it as the season progresses, but definitely something to keep an eye out on.
And another thing to keep an eye on here, the Lady Bulldogs running a lot of traps here. And bounce pass a little bit too high. It's another turnover. 3-on-1, Beard. And if Jada Perkins was about 6 foot tall, she probably could have had that pass.
Yeah. But she's not even close to that.
5'5".
And once again, 2 straight possessions, creating a turnover. 2 straight possessions, giving it back.
Brooklyn Blanchard.
Will we have a third, ladies and gentlemen? Stay tuned to find out.
Let me tell you, turnover after turnover. This is definitely, well, to say the least, has not been the prettiest first minute of basketball here in the third quarter.
We should we should have someone sponsor the word turnover, and every time we say it, we get paid or something. There's got to be some compensation in that form.
And the right hook, good by Morgan Martin, so that ends the turnover streak. I'm trying to think of some good sponsors for the word turnover.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't.
I'll have to think about that.
Right,
I'll get back with you later.
Another swat by Martin. That's number 4. Again, you can tell that Martin making an impact defensively. And again, the big question about the Lady Bulldogs this year is their depth in the post. Morgan Martin defensively looking like she is more than willing to make up for Sarah Lytle's loss, and as well as Kyvan Gooden-Rogers, as Emily Beard from the right corner nails the 3, and it's a 20-point lead.
That's what I want to see Union do in the second half, is hit more outside shots. Didn't shoot the ball well from outside. I want to see them do a better job of that.
Good hustle by Treasure Hunt.
Almost another turnover.
Almost, but at the very least prevents an easy basket for the Lady Bulldogs.
I got it. Turnover sponsored by Tide.
Tide turnovers.
Tide turnovers. Got to clean it up.
Yep.
Boom.
There you go.
Slogan ready to go.
There you go. Please send checks to Union University and Worthy Road Studios.
I was say, don't send it to Union. We won't see a dime of that.
That's true. That's true. So Childers from the inside. Inbounding it, and again, tipped out of bounds. Lady Bulldogs really struggling with inbounding the basketball from underneath the basket, which is a really specific thing to struggle with, I know. But either way.
Well, I guarantee you it's something Coach Campbell's thought of and has probably worked on in practice.
Martin from the left elbow rims out. And we're going to have a foul on, that'll be Brooklyn Blanchard on the rebound. Avery Carpenter will check in for Kennedy Childers. So 7:45 to go in the third quarter. Definitely not the prettiest start to the second half for either side. Emily Beard again from the right corner, this time missing it a little bit right.
Trying to get the ball inside to Martin again. That lob pass inside.
And they're going to get Martin with a foul, and she knows it. So now going the other way, it'll be Red Hawk basketball.
And see, here's the thing. I like that that's the first look, specifically because early on in the game she was getting easy buckets. And so you have to key in on her down low, which in turn you sag in low to key in on the post, opens up outside shooting. So I think that's the bigger picture when it comes to Union's offensive game plan.
Deja Graves, a good job defensively with active hands, forcing the turnover.
Kawhi Leonard hands out there.
Avery Carpenter, bang. Had to have a Mike Breen call in there somewhere. Avery Carpenter.
There it is.
Avery Carpenter with 7, and
it's only
Lady
natural.
Bulldogs lead by 21 now, as the basket is good for the Red Hawks. And it'll be a blocking foul, and Jada Perkins will go to the line for the first time tonight. Tiffany Reaches and Miracle Gray set to check in for the Lady Bulldogs.
Tell you what, I've been doing a lot of coverage of football lately. It's nice to get back in a basketball gym and watch a little basketball. You know, it's great.
It is the most wonderful time of the year.
It's good for the soul.
It is.
But since I brought it up, speaking of football, 2 big games in the SEC today.
That's right. You've got
who do you got?
LSU and Alabama. And honestly, I've got Alabama.
Okay.
I mean, as anyone,
okay, well,
anyone would.
You've got Alabama, but who do you want to win?
Oh, LSU, no doubt.
See, that's the predicament we're all in.
I thought you were referring to the Tennessee game today.
Hey, Charlotte's a big threat. That's a tough one, man. Don't overlook whatever their mascot is. I don't even know.
49ers? Am I right on that?
He might be. I don't know. I'm not going to fact check you on that. Don't worry.
For those of you watching Union basketball right now, we appreciate you tuning in. Logan Whaley and Alex Northcutt on the call. And that will go out of bounds. Will go to the Lady Bulldogs.
Okay, well then real quick, the other game, Georgia-Kentucky.
That's a huge game, and honestly, Kentucky, much like every other game this year, they're not going to be favored. See, this is going to go against my better judgment. I think Kentucky will pull off the upset today.
They're at home.
Yeah.
And they play well at home. If their defense, with their defense that they got, wouldn't surprise me.
If anyone's defense can slow down Georgia, it can be Kentucky's and probably will be Kentucky's. There's another turnover for the Red Hawks. That will be turnover, and again, brace yourself for this. Turnover number 22.
We're not done yet.
They have 23 rebounds and 22 turnovers. 29 points. Tiffany Threechus from downtown. Her second three of the afternoon gives her 6 as the Lady Bulldogs lead 54-29. And that is a blocking foul. I'm going to guess that Gray
had to have a foot in the restricted area. That's the only explanation.
Had to have. Looked pretty set to me. But
take it to the booth.
Either way.
Can Division II people we're not at the level they have monitors on the side, right?
Not yet, although there was a couple of instances last year during the South Region tournament where we did have a couple of officials go over to us.
Yeah.
Because we do have a monitor here at our desk, but
we didn't have replay.
No replay.
That was funny. Because then they were just asking essentially our opinion on the play. So, we had
I felt truly valuable last year. I mean, not only that, getting a ballot for the all-tournament team too.
That's right.
That was impressive. This is Reed at the line, the 5'10" freshman from Tulsa, Oklahoma. 1 of 2 at the line, but the rebound and no good on the finish. And again, a lot of second chance opportunities for the Red Hawks, just unable to capitalize. Gray to Reechus again for 3. And the bank is open on Saturday afternoon. I think that's the shooter's role, if you will.
It was something, because when that left her hand, that did not look good at all.
That was a good feed as Deja Graves with the swat. A good feed by Perkins to Gray. And Gray with a nice pass there to Reechus. Gray cleaning up after Perkins. And the Lady Bulldogs quickly have increased that lead up to 29.
I'm still waiting for Jada Perkins just to rise up and dunk on someone in transition, but,
might be waiting a while.
Yeah. Something I thought she would have worked on in the offseason. Maybe that was just me.
It's disappointing, honestly. But, unless you're Spud Webb or, I don't really see a lot of 5'5" guards rising up to dunk. Although Jada
doesn't
Perkins,
mean they can't.
That's right. Carpenter left side 3. Off the back iron, no good. Hunt nearly throwing the ball away. Good job by Reed. And the easy dish there to Arnett. A nice find. And Coach Campbell will take a timeout. It will be a media timeout. And we'll take the timeout with Coach. 59-32 the score here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers. The fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
No surprises here at the Fred DeLay Gym. The Lady Bulldogs lead over Martin Methodist 59-32. However, one thing that could be considered an upset, you got Nebraska leading Ohio State 21-16 at halftime.
That just shows how lopsided the Big Ten is this year. Because Nebraska I'm sorry if you're listening and you're a Cornhusker fan. That is a bad football team. It really is. There's just nothing good about them. And so it is what it is. You know, upsets happen. Not going to happen in this game right here, as Union really showing why they're just going to pull away with this one. Martin Methodist really rushing everything. Union in full control. And, you know, it's Union's game to lose at this point, which I don't think they will.
We'll get our first look at Bailey Booker here as Daniel joins us. Daniel, Coach Campbell there taking a timeout. None too pleased with his team. What was he telling his team in the huddle?
Well, he simply doesn't feel that they're running hard enough. They're in control of this game, but he straight up asked them, would this performance win anything in March?
And again, that's the question you have to look for, especially this early in the season, because yes, this is a tune-up game, but you're definitely looking for effort all 4 quarters as Gray gets her pocket picked. Going the other way, it's Samaria Thompson. No good, but she'll get hammered and will go to the line to shoot 2. As I mentioned, a first look at the freshman Bailey Booker. Looking like she'll play more of a stretch 4 type role. Was a 1,000-point scorer in high school at Jonesboro, Arkansas.
That's a lot of points.
Absolutely. You got that right. Second highest 3-point percentage in her high school's history. So the 6-foot forward showing that she can expand her range, so to speak. And we'll take a media timeout now. So we'll step away for a quick second and we'll return with the remaining 4 minutes of this third quarter. Homecoming weekend here at Union University. A quick timeout, a media timeout, 59-32 the score. So shifting gears, talking about Division I basketball. And Alex, should be a packed field of competitors, especially in that top 10.
Yeah.
To say the least.
I'll just go ahead and throw this out there. I don't see anyone stopping Duke, as that is poison coming out of my mouth, if you will. You got to think, who in the world is going to come up with a game plan to stop Zion Williamson and R.J. Barrett?
I mean, you look at Zion Williamson, built pretty much like Shaq, but has more athleticism.
Yeah. Can shoot a free throw.
Yeah, right. And can throw down some of the most amazing dunks you'll ever see.
Yeah.
2 for 2 at the line there is Thompson. And for Thompson, give her 8 points on the night.
How about your Vols, though? 6th in the nation.
It's going to be.
Do they make a Final Four run? I want to hear it now.
I think so. And the reason why I say yes is because I think experience is huge, and especially you've got the same starting 5 as last season. And you look
that
at
helps.
Grant Williams should be one of the most. He is one of the most underrated players in the country. Very good defensively. The Admiral Schofield. If anyone can attempt to stop Zion Williamson, it could be Admiral.
I would love to see that matchup.
I think Tennessee is one of the most physical teams in the nation. They're very solid defensively. I think it's going to be a very exciting year for the University of Tennessee, and even more exciting now that the Tennessee-Memphis rivalry is back too.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say it's back this year. Give it a year or two, it will be back. Love the Penny Hardaway hire.
Absolutely.
Over in Memphis.
A ton of talent in Memphis as a layup is good there for Martin Methodist. And Lady Bulldogs will take it the other way. A lot of good conferences this year, especially in the SEC. We got Tennessee and Kentucky battling it out. I think 3 things are certain in life. You've got Death, Texas, and Kentucky winding up in the top 5 preseason. Shot no good. Arnett on the 5th try. Now going to the line to shoot 2.
And what's weird is, earlier we were talking about that football game. It's weird saying, big game and Kentucky in the same sentence and not immediately going straight to basketball.
Right. It's weird how the roles have reversed, so to speak. Tennessee football very mediocre this year. Tennessee basketball a top 10 team. Kentucky football in the top 10 in football. Well, nothing's really changed with Kentucky basketball, but still, you get the point.
Yeah.
Arnett, the second of 2 is good. 22-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs. Again, just balanced scoring all around. Everyone who's played, with the exception of Bailey Booker, who has only checked in for about a minute before checking right back out. Everyone has scored. And somebody please check for Samaria Thompson's ankles as Deja Graves lays it in.
What?
And
just happened?
I don't know.
That was... She left her 3 feet across the lane. Just with a quick stutter step.
Wow. I mean, that's all I can say.
That's when you want to see a replay.
Right.
Oh, no. You got to lace up your shoes a little tighter than that.
I mean, I kept it cool there, but
yeah, you did.
You know, inside,
I did.
Inside, it was wow. Like Jada Perkins. I mean, of course, she can do that to pretty much anybody if she wanted.
Putting together a highlight reel day one.
You'll see Jada Perkins. I'll be saying her name plenty of times this season, the point guard for the Lady Bulldogs. And ended her season on a high note last year. The Lady Bulldogs ending their season in the Final Four against Central Missouri. The final score of that game, 70-57, in a game where the Lady Bulldogs just looked run down. But a great season nonetheless. Jada Perkins had 16 points in that game. And, of course, this season named to the preseason all-conference team. She was second in the conference last year in total assists, second to Ivy Wallen, who missed half the season due to a torn ACL. And North Alabama typically would be Union's top competition in the conference this year as they return the Wallen triplets. As the basket is good there. Quickly the other way to Graves, and that is about as easy as you can get. But North Alabama making the switch to the A-Sun Conference, and now this is just a race the other way. And Union now looking to slow the tempo, but North Alabama, a very good team last year. They got upset in the first round of the South Region tournament, but this year could make some noise in Division I.
And here's the thing, as a part of the Union program, you love/hate that North Alabama's not in the conference anymore, because you hate it because there were, goodness, the games between Union and UNA, they were hyped up. It was a 1 to 2 point spread almost every time. Classic basketball games, some great games to cover last year. But at the same time, if you're a Union fan, you love that you don't have to deal with them anymore, because they were a nightmare at the guard position. The Wallen triplets, some of the best in the business at what they do, followed by some key role players. You know, Coach Tiber building a program over there at UNA. And so now that was like the thorn in Union's side that now they don't have to deal with. So now they just got to take care of business and should come away with another conference championship.
Regis with a left side 3 there. Coach Campbell going to take a quick timeout for substitutions, but yeah, we'll keep it here. But yeah, Union now starting to get hot from outside. They were 2 of 12 at the half, now 7 of 21. So really this is a game where Union will coast, barring some real unforeseen circumstances. Union will likely coast to the victory. But looking ahead, they do face some good competition. They've got a Nova Southeastern team that returns a lot from last year. And again, going down the first 2 conference games at Valdosta State, at West Florida.
Yeah, two in my opinion, 2 of the top teams that could fall right under at Union, the 2-3 spot right there. They're gonna provide some competition, and Union's gonna be battle tested on the road right away at the beginning of the season in the conference.
You look at West Florida too; they return a lot, and we'll get to that here in just a second. But Chloe, Coach, the Coach Evans for Martin Methodist, what is he looking for in the last 10, 11 minutes here of this game?
Logan, the coach has basically been running different strategies with this team to try and close the gap. He just wants them to get in their groove and just to try to close that gap and win the game.
Got to do something, right, Chloe?
You got to. And ultimately, I think effort's the big thing that you want to see in this situation from a coach, because this is a tune-up game for your opponent.
Yeah.
You want to give them at least a fight. And toward the beginning, it was just a slow start. They have settled in, and they're starting to play their game now as the 15-footer no good.
When you have to look at it this way, too, Union's probably arguably the best team they're going to face all year. So you got to learn from these experiences. You got to learn from playing talented teams like Union that are good 1 through 5. So you learn from these experiences, so that way when you're battle tested again, you look back on a game like this and say, okay, here's what we try to do against a team like Union that's one of the best in the country in their division. And then you take that, use that game plan, and hopefully, if you're Martin Methodist, you execute it a little better than you did today.
And going back to the conference and West Florida, they return a very, very talented forward in Tony Brewer. West Florida, I think, in terms of post play, they might have the best post players in the conference this year. And so that is something where West Florida does match up pretty well with Union, because Union doesn't have a lot of depth at that post position. Booker missing the 3, and that will be the end of the third quarter. Union will take a 68-44 lead into the fourth quarter. The final 10 minutes coming your way next here on TV6.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched, and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if fights upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
There you see the very talented Union Pep Band, and a good turnout from our crowd, as a good student section, probably a lot to do with homecoming coming up after this game. But it's a good sign, because you saw the very last game of the year, the South Region Championship game. This place was packed out, a solid atmosphere, and I know the Lady Bulldogs and Bulldogs would love to see that every game if they could.
Yeah, what a game, what an atmosphere, a trip down memory lane to that South Regional. Never going to forget that. Just a all-around complete game, and really students showing up for this. With it, we were talking about it pregame, with it being at noon on a Saturday. Noon and
right.
College students being awake just don't really go together. So the fact that we got some good crowd presence right here, it's good. It's important.
In the heart of the semester too.
Yeah, right.
I think that's a big thing.
It's November.
But this homecoming weekend on Union's campus has been a weekend to remember. Starting off with Union Volleyball, which Union Volleyball will be in action later today at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, playing their final game of the season against Shorter at 7 o'clock. And last night, Union Volleyball played Lee. After that, Bulldog Madness, a good showcase of the students, the faculty, as well as the volleyball men's and women's basketball teams. So homecoming weekend, very successful here on Union's campus.
And we do have some more festivities coming up, don't we, Logan?
That's right.
What do we have?
We've got
preview for the fans, please, sir.
Preview for the fans, the men's basketball game. I assume that's what you're talking about.
Aren't there isn't there a homecoming court? Isn't that a traditional thing?
Absolutely. So you've got the homecoming court, you've got Mr. and Miss Union, and then you've got representatives from each class. So should be a fun night. I would venture to say that's why some of the students are here. Especially with Miss Union, you've got, well, Mr. and Miss Union, you got those in fraternities and sororities who are well represented here today. I thought you were talking about immediately with the men's basketball game up next, too.
Like where your head's at. Keep it athletically minded.
Absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely.
Good pass inside.
And see, also my mind was going to the concert tonight on Union's campus as well. You've got
so much happening.
You got the Blank Slate Improv team.
What time's that at?
Very talented. That's 7 o'clock at Union's Chapel. And then you've got 8:30 Anthem Lights, a very good band. Covers a lot of
acapella group, right?
Yeah, acapella group.
Look at that. Well-rounded.
Cover a lot of
Catch
popular
some basketball, some volleyball. Go improv your way into the chapel, and then go hear some great music.
Well known for their cover of a medley of The Greatest Showman, that movie starring Hugh Jackman.
If you haven't seen that, that's a must-see.
It is a must-see. The soundtrack for that is very good. to say the least.
Seems like a day well spent.
Absolutely. And a busy day here on Union's campus. And again, so we mentioned the men's basketball side of things, and you had the interview with Coach Niven.
Right.
A lot of question marks surrounding this year's team. And you saw last year that the record didn't show it, but Union did compete in the conference.
Yeah.
They just could not close games, and they went on a stretch where they lost, I believe it was 9 of 10, and all just seemed lost with that team. It felt like, you know, the attitude of the players, the coaches, it just didn't feel like – it felt like a lost year.
Well, and the chemistry just wasn't there. And
right.
Judging by how Coach Niven spoke in that interview, good bucket right there from Deja Graves, but just judging by the way what he was talking about, it seems like this team, and even talking with some of the players here on campus, they seem connected well with each other. They seem to have a passion to come out here and compete and really want to do things the right way and do it well. So we'll get a glimpse of that today. Obviously, we'll see how they progress throughout the season because, as you know, the Gulf South Conference is a very competitive conference in men's basketball. We usually send, you know, at least a few teams to the national level. And you got some great teams coming out of this conference, so great competition. But it's all just going to boil down to finding their rhythm, finding their identity, and finding it early because you can't go throughout an entire season and the last 3 games of the year finally put together the pieces of the puzzle and find out who you are as a team. That's not going to get you anywhere. And so I believe Coach Niven's excited about what he has. Some young guys that are coming in here that actually they want to be here. They want to play. They're excited about the season. So I think we're going to see some positive things this afternoon and hopefully a spark into maybe a little changing culture here at Union.
And Jada Perkins, aptly nicknamed the Freight Train, drawing the foul there. But yeah, you're right. You know, the Gulf South Conference, specifically on the men's side, is loaded this year. When you look at West Florida, a team that won the Gulf South Conference last year, made it far in the national tournament, but they did lose some key pieces last year.
Yeah, they graduate. They're always senior heavy. That's the key. Is they always, and they're going to have it this year as well. They always rely on that senior presence. That's something that Union really hasn't had for a while because of, you know, transfer guys in and out. Valdosta State, another one of those teams. Really not. I mean, they're a good team, but they've got the best player in Bo Justice, and that helps. You know, it's kind of like Union women with Chelsea Shumpert last year. Justice is going to put up ridiculous numbers as the year goes on. And correct me if I'm wrong, did Delta State make a push last year in the postseason?
They sure did. Delta State made the championship game.
Right, and then you've got, you know.
Unexpected.
It wouldn't surprise me if Christian Brothers is also in that conversation as well. So just a lot of different ways this conference could go.
Yeah, CBU still has one of the best players in the conference in Adam D-Ball.
Yeah.
Someone who has played a significant role.
He hasn't graduated yet.
Right? You would think so.
Goodness.
It's the Perry Ellis effect, if you will.
The old 8th-year senior.
Yes. But D-Ball, I mean, and the reason why you think that about those players is because they've had such a significant role over the course of their 4 years. You know, Perry Ellis had a significant role at Kansas his 4 years. And so I look at that, and I just see a very talented player. D-Ball, a 1,000-point scorer at Christian Brothers. Of course, lost a couple of key pieces there last year, too. But, I mean, keep in mind, Christian Brothers at one point last year was ranked number 5 in the nation.
Yeah.
They just did not have the year they wanted, but they didn't lose too many good pieces there. They still have Larrabee, who was one of the top guards last year, as Childers with the basket. Lady Bulldogs with 4 in double digits. Regis with 12. Graves, Carpenter, and Martin with 10 each. And Graves getting pump fake there, but Miracle Gray drawing the charge.
Good rotation. That's what I've been talking about all afternoon. When this team communicates defensively, rotates to where they need to be, I don't know how you score on these guys. It's just it's unheard of the way their tenacity, I believe that's the word I'm looking for, on defense is. They can keep that up, they'll be very successful this year.
And here's an interesting lineup where Jada Smith is the point guard. Got Smith, Gray, Childers, Beard, and Graves. Foul called there, and Childers will go to the line to shoot 2.
Liking what I'm seeing early on from Kennedy Childers. Played a very good game. You take a look at the stat sheet. Positive 8 points, potential to get some more. 4 steals. She's got very good active hands, really just the right place, right time kind of role player on defense. And that's what's going to get you a good result. And also, only 2 turnovers from what I've seen. Does a good job of handling the basketball.
And only playing 19 minutes, too. I think that's a key factor as well, as we'll see our first look at Ellie Pratt, the sophomore out of Gadsden, Tennessee. Played in 18 games last year. We'll see what she has to offer here. As Childers hits the free throw.
And Childers, we're going with she's a junior.
Well, that's what we're gonna go with.
Gotcha.
Technically, a senior, did tear her ACL while at North Dakota State, looking to get that year back as a medical redshirt. But again, we'll see how the NCAA rules on that. Foul there on Miracle Gray. They'll say it was before the shot.
Well, because we all know just how generous and giving the NCAA is.
Easy now.
I didn't. And that's probably a comment I should have kept to myself. But it's okay. It's a 30-point game.
And checking in
you gotta start saying some stuff.
Morgan Martin.
People's
It's
attention.
true. It's a take. It's a take for sure. Another player I'm interested to see, and someone who's not eligible right now, it's Patricia Safik, the 6'4" freshman out of Cameroon. Union has had success in the past with players from Africa. And
definitely.
And Safik, after watching her a bit in practice, she is somebody who could very well make an impact on this year's team.
Tell you what, she just has, on this team, probably some of the most natural abilities you're going to see. Just a pure athlete.
Absolutely
at
right.
the post position.
You're thinking of, when you think of, players from that country in Union's past, naturally you think of Josephine Owino.
Of course.
Union's first and only, to this point, WNBA player, drafted by the Washington Mystics in the 2nd round, I believe.
Right. Yep.
Also had another player who was a leading rebounder of the 2008 Beijing Games, whose name escapes me at the moment. I just remember that stat about her.
Well, whoever you are, thumbs up to you. We salute you.
2 for 2 at the line is Morgan Martin.
I'm not even going to lie. I have no clue who you're talking about.
It's in Union's newly renovated locker room.
Oh, yeah.
That's where I've seen it. But
let's talk about that for a second. We just went from, I saw pictures of that in construction, a couple of months ago in the offseason.
Yeah, and I have Coach Campbell.
What in the world?
Yeah, I have Coach Campbell. I have Coach Campbell for coaching basketball in that classroom, and
it's like a Division I, top of the line. It's like, hey, are we at Union or are we at UConn? Where's the line?
You make a trip to the Final Four, and it's only natural you're going to see improvements like that. But
that's it.
The facilities play a key role for sure. But either way, we have a media timeout. Union coasting 80-49 the score here at the Fred DeLay Gym.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
We've got a nail-biter here on Union's campus. 80-49 the score. The Lady Bulldogs lead over Martin Methodist.
Yeah, your definition of nail-biter and mine, not as similar as you would think.
A hint of sarcasm in my voice there, but
just a tad.
Either way. But either way, this is a good tune-up for the Lady Bulldogs. Martin Methodist, a team that will make some impact in the SSAC conference in the NAIA, the school out of Pulaski, Tennessee.
Here's the thing. I think as the Lady Bulldogs, we'll hit on this in just a second. There's a lot of good things that we've seen, but a lot of things that they need, to improve on. That's what you want to see in a game like this. But first, Chloe, let's talk a little Martin Methodist basketball. Really, the game's kind of getting out of hand. So how does Coach Evans' team really come out and just kind of finish this game on a positive note?
Alex, he's still running strategies with the team, but also he's telling his girls that they have to get open and they have to talk to each other. They have to communicate. They just have to execute all their plays.
And one quick question for you. Celtics winning the finals this year?
Heck yes.
Heck yeah, okay. Spoken like a true Boston fan.
City of Boston, though.
Well, they're not going to win the NBA Finals. I can tell you that. If Golden State has anything to say about it.
If anyone could challenge Golden State, though.
I hope that's the matchup. I really do. Celtics are a phenomenal pick out of the East.
The city of Boston, though, past 10 or so years, they've really become the city of champions, so to speak. We've got the Red Sox. We've got the Patriots.
Don't say that.
I know.
No one likes the Patriots.
No one does,
No
except for people in New England. But, it's okay. But, yeah, the Red Sox, a solid performance in the World Series, beating the Dodgers in 5 games. MLB offseason has gotten underway. Relatively quiet, though. Except Clayton Kershaw signing a 3-year, $93 million extension to stay with the Dodgers.
Yeah, just some pocket change, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
$93 million.
And Kershaw is
to
really...
throw a baseball. Not even to play the whole game, just to throw it.
And Pratt able to recover it. Emily Beard thought about it. Decided taking a 3 in a 29-point game just probably isn't worth it. Childers with it. 9 to shoot. Childers on the drive and a good look. Unable to finish. Martin, a nice job following that shot. I've been really impressed by Morgan Martin here today.
Yeah, she brings a lot of intensity, and really one great thing about her is she's very fundamentally sound. You don't see Martin making a lot of just, sloppy mental mistakes. She's very, very cool, calm, collected when she has the basketball, plays with a lot of energy and intensity, which is exactly what you want from a veteran leader. And she, like I said, come down playoffs. We're going to look back at the very beginning of the season when we talked about, okay, she's going to be a go-to player for the Lady Bulldogs.
Shot missed by a lot there, and there's going to be a foul. Miracle Gray will go to the line to shoot 2. But yeah, Morgan Martin, she's been active defensively as well.
Right.
Not just your typical stay in the post type 5. She's on the perimeter. She's everywhere.
And that's what you want specifically at this level, because rarely are you going to find just a stay-at-home post player at the Division II level. A lot of these post players, specifically in the conference, they're two-way players. They can step out on the perimeter. A lot of them can shoot. But really big thing is Martin does a good job of defending the perimeter as well. She can stay in front of a guard if she needs to, get in front of people, driving to the basket. Does a good job of rebounding, deflecting passes, rotates well. So that's just the kind of athleticism and the kind of poise you want out of a post player at this point.
Gray 0 for 2 at the free throw line. Kind of rare. She was a pretty good free throw shooter at Purdue last year. She only did shoot 14 free throws, but she knocked down 11 of those. Left-handed hook no good, and it will stay with the Red Hawks after it goes out on Gray.
Back to what I was trying to talk about earlier, I think that this game is a very ideal situation for the Bulldogs because they've done a lot of things well, and that's what you want to see early on in the season, but they've also had some mental mistakes that they need to improve on, because you don't want to, in an exhibition game like this, you don't want to come out of this game going, oh, we played close to our best, this is a very satisfying result, really nothing to build on. That's not what you want. You want to do well in these games, and Union has. They've clearly dominated this game. There's a reason why they're up 31. But at the same time, there's several things to work on and build on. And that's where you want to be at this point of the season. You want to have confidence, but you also don't want to get too full of yourself. You have to be humble to know that you have to improve, you have to get better, because, I mean, like Coach Campbell said earlier in one of the timeouts, if this is how they plan on playing in March, they won't be playing in March. Let's just put it that way. They're not going to advance very far if this is how they're going to play. But this is a good starting point. This is a good checkpoint for the Lady Bulldogs as they progress throughout these first couple of games.
I promise you, she never moves her feet. There's no way she did it.
I hope the mic picked that up. I really did.
The ever-animated Mark Campbell.
Yeah. What are we at? 20 years and still the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing changes, which is good.
1 for 2 at the line is Thompson. And a timeout with 2 minutes, 39 seconds to go. And we'll take a quick timeout as well. Union leads by 30 here on Homecoming.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
82-52 the score. And Alex, before the game, you did say 55 points or under. That would be the goal for the Lady Bulldogs.
I did say that, didn't I? Wow, I almost forgot.
I mean,
prove me right, Lady Bulldogs.
It's gonna take some effort, but we'll see. We'll see what the Lady Bulldogs can do here. Lineup of Beard, Booker, Gray, Graves, and Ellie Pratt in for the Lady Bulldogs.
Can I get partial credit if I'm close?
I think so.
It's like 57.
You know, it could be like The Price is Right, where you don't get credit for going over in certain situations.
I'll take that.
I mean, who knows?
In certain situations,
right?
Not all.
Some situations, Talking about the Showcase Showdown,
Definitely, no, very familiar.
Right.
I think definitely a bucket list of mine. I think if I ever made it onto The Price is Right, I think it just call it quits and retire right then. That would just be the end. That'd be great.
Yeah, it's a life well lived. Honestly.
It is a life well lived.
Now, I've always thought about the reaction if my name ever got called.
Oh, I would lose my mind.
Price is Right. I can imagine you just jumping up and down for approximately 15 seconds, not even move.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Although I'll have to say this: if I'm going to be on the show, you got to bring back Bob Barker.
Oh, no doubt. Emily Beard draining another three as the assist will go to Kaylee McLennan, the freshman out of Huntland, Tennessee. Also played soccer at Huntland.
Dual sport athlete.
Was the goalie of the year 4 times in high school.
Wow.
So definitely a good athlete.
Good hand-eye coordination.
Absolutely. That does wonders in basketball. Beard missing from the top of the key. Under a minute, and we'll see if Alex Northcutt is right on keeping the Red Hawks under 55. That rims out. Booker with a rebound. And Booker, definitely not a point guard, will hand it over to Emily Beard. Beard kicking it out, almost a smooth assist. Probably should have just gone up and tried to finish that. And I think Coach Campbell really is trying to groom Emily Beard to be that point guard when Jada Perkins graduates.
Right. She's going to have to step up in the next couple of years.
Very good at handling the basketball is Beard. That's another underrated fact about her that we saw last year. And there it is, 56 points for the Red Hawks, and the Lady Bulldogs will dribble out the clock here behind the back there.
I'm going to be so mad if it's 56.
It's okay. It's okay. Live to fight another day.
I know.
It's preseason. It's a good first prediction, honestly.
I tried.
I think they're going to try to run a play here. Graves with it. She'll go up. Might have gotten away with the travel.
Oh, she did.
And she'll go to the line to shoot two. This is an area where I'm curious to see how Deja Graves does over the course of the season with free throw shooting. If I recall, she was okay at Westview.
Yeah.
When it came to shooting the free throw.
definitely something. And it's one of those things, too, as a post player, that you've got to pride yourself at the free throw line simply because you know you're going to get fouled. You know you're going to go there several opportunities.
That's right.
So you've got to be willing to put in the work. And, you know, the more minutes she gets in a game, the more likely she's going to go to the free throw line. I mean, you're talking about in the course of a game, good solid maybe 4 to 5 points a night at the charity stripe.
2 for 2 at the charity stripe there, as that will do it. The Lady Bulldogs open up preseason play with an 87-56 victory. And with that, we're going to have a quick interview with head coach Mark Campbell. But first, let's take a quick 90-second break.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and like just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Own a lawn mowing service? Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
87-56 the final. The Lady Bulldogs open up preseason play with a win over Martin Methodist. I'm joined by Union head coach Mark Campbell. And coach, opened up the first half with some defensive intensity, forcing a lot of turnovers. Talk about the defensive effort of your team tonight.
Yeah, we did the same thing in our scrimmage early in the week against Harding, where we really started off really well, got fatigued, and we've got to continue just to play at this type of pace so we can get in better condition to be able to do what we want to do for 40 minutes. So I thought the same thing coming out at the start of the second half. We did the exact same thing. Then we got tired. And then we just didn't do the small things like handling the basketball. I don't know how many turnovers we had tonight, but handle the basketball, be able to block out every possession. We got hurt on the boards because we're being so aggressive on the strong side. And so we just a lot of things to correct.
And offensively, you got a lot of production from a lot of different players. The scoring was really balanced. Talk about how that looks going forward with the production of the players.
Yeah, that's just how it's got to be all year. We don't have this certain person that's going to have 28 every night, and so we've got to be able to do it by committee and us playing as a team. And really, that's the goal this year: is that we'd be a team. This would be the best team we've ever had at Union. People doing their jobs, taking pride in doing their jobs, and trusting each other that the other person's doing theirs.
And I was really impressed with Morgan Martin tonight. It felt like she was everywhere on the court, offensively, defensively. Talk about her role as the season goes on, especially with the lack of post depth early on.
Well, you know, she's got to stay out of foul trouble, and she had some really bad fouls tonight. But she is really intelligent. She really wants to play hard. She's all in. She's one of those kids that just everything she has, and she doesn't want to disappoint anybody. And so it's a great start to have. As she becomes more and more disciplined with the knowledge that we're trying to teach, I think she's going to be a really good player.
So real quick, first and only exhibition game. Talk about next week, what you need to do to prepare for going to Barry.
Yeah, it won't be anything like tonight. So we got a tough weekend next weekend, and the idea is that we're going to get better. And so we got to learn from film starting on Monday and Tuesday as we prepare for those two games. And again, I've told them all, you have an experiment in biology, it's a hypothesis. You need to be able to take out all the negative variables. Every person on our team has to edit this and get out the things that are variables that can hurt us, and really try to improve their strengths so that we can bring out the best in one another.
All right, Coach, thank you. Congratulations. 87-56, the final score. The Lady Bulldogs win over Martin Methodist. When we come back, Alex and I will break down the final stats and give you a preview of the men's game against Freed Hardeman. Stay tuned.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bikes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and just teach me to live within a Christian environment that hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow, both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
So the Lady Bulldogs with an 87-56 victory over Martin Methodist in the first and only exhibition game of the year for the Lady Bulldogs. Let's go ahead and break down the final stats. And first we'll talk about Martin Methodist. They were led in scoring by Lakin Arnett with 15 points, followed by Samaria Thompson with 13. As a team, they shot 20 of 59 from the field. That is 34%. They were 1 of 12 from 3, 8% there. 15 of 23 at the foul line, 65%. So that's one thing the Lady Bulldogs have to improve on as the season goes on. Coach Campbell talked about it there in the interview, talking about fouling. And shifting gears now, talking about the Lady Bulldogs. And again, balanced scoring all around. You end up with 5 in double figures. Morgan Martin leading the way with 14 points. You've got Tiffany Reaches and Deja Graves with 12 each. Emily Beard with 11. And Avery Carpenter with 10. Union shot 33 of 67 from the field, 49%. 9 of 27 from the field, 33%. A good rebound, considering in the first half they were only 2 of 12 from 3, 7 of 15 in the second half. And then going off of stats, 18 turnovers for the Lady Bulldogs, 27 for Martin Methodist, so not the cleanest game in the world. You don't really expect that out of the first game. Rebounding battle, it was won by Martin Methodist 39-21. The Red Hawks had 15 offensive rebounds. That is something. So again, from that stat, from these stats, a lot of high points, but then you see some areas where the Lady Bulldogs can improve.
Yeah, specifically one that sticks out is they got to limit turnovers. They've created 27, but you can't turn the ball over 18 times a game and expect to come out victorious. It's just not going to happen a lot. So that's something they obviously got to shape up. But that just comes with managing the game. They want to play fast, and you're going to turn the ball over when you play fast. That's just how the game naturally goes. But the good teams, find a way around it. But the great teams learn to just completely minimize those numbers. And if Union wants to be a great team, they've got to minimize what they do on the offensive end when it comes to turnovers. They've got to completely scratch that away. By the end of the season, I'd like to see those numbers go way down. Obviously, I think rebounding is probably not going to go Union's way all the time, just because, like you mentioned, talked about with Coach Campbell, the post depth. So those are two things that I think they'll improve on. They'll get better at. But as the year goes on, I really just think it's only up and up for Union. They did a lot of good things well. One stat that really stuck out to me, Jada Perkins, 11 assists, doing a great job of knowing her role, distributing the basketball. And they, as Jada Perkins goes, the Lady Bulldogs go, and I think they got a good start right here to the season.
Absolutely. Perkins 11 assists, but did have 7 turnovers tonight. So that's rare. You see that from Jada Perkins. She was top 5 in the nation last year when it came to assist to turnover ratio, which is impressive as all get out. So there you have it, the final score, 87-56. Lady Bulldogs beat Martin Methodist. They will travel to Berry College. They will play the host, Berry College, and then they will play Nova Southeastern. 2 very talented teams, and the Lady Bulldogs will be back here before Thanksgiving break, I believe. And so, again, Lady Bulldogs win. They come out on top. And now, with that, we'll go to our pregame feature, West Tennessee This Week. And when we come back, Alex will break down the preview for the men's basketball game when they face Freed Hardeman. So stay tuned. But for now, here is West Tennessee This Week.
My name is Crystal Taylor, and I am a graduate of Union University. I graduated in the year of 2004. The way I got to Union is completely just amazing. I was just randomly taking a college trip with another friend who was going to go there. I got there and I saw the dorm rooms. I knew nothing else about the college, and I was like, this is where I'm going, just for the dorm rooms. I don't care about anything else. But when I got to Union, it was so much more than the dorm rooms. Everyone's there to help you get through college. And my years, they weren't easy. My senior year in college, my mom passed away unexpectedly. And Dr. Ray Van Ness in particular, he was my professor of Greek teacher, and he was just amazing in saying you can get through this. And so I thank Union. I love Union. They taught me about the word, but they also lived it, which made all of the world to me. That's my Union story.
Hello, I'm Steve Beverly with this news update from the West Tennessee Today News Center. Well, it's been a roller coaster of 24 hours when it comes to the Jackson-Madison County School Board. We were here yesterday in which we told you that controversial school board member Morris Merriweather had decided that he would resign after only 2 months on the board. Now, today, he has said he is not resigning, that he is going to rescind that decision. We're going to try to put all of this in perspective. From the time of his election, Merriweather has been unabashedly outspoken and argumentative. He openly challenged some elements of School Superintendent Eric Jones' 10-year academic and capital plan. At a board retreat, he demanded a Montessori school to be built in East Jackson, even though Jones asked him why. He suggested the board had a cozy relationship with a local architectural firm and wanted minority contractors to build new schools. Tuesday, in a long-range planning meeting, he did 90% of the talking, bringing in 2 minority contractors. Reportedly, he had not discussed this with Jones or board chair Kevin Alexander. Wednesday, at a budget meeting, he wanted a new Lincoln Elementary School built. Thursday, blaming a variety of people, he wrote a letter of resignation saying that he had had it with the board. So now the question is whether Merriweather's decision is actually official to resign or whether he can rescind it. That has 2 different sides to the story. Board Chairman Kevin Alexander told the Jackson Sun that he has been told by a state school board official that once the resignation is turned in, that is it. It was turned in to the school board office and placed in a folder. But there are others who have said that it is not official until it is acted upon by the full school board, which does not have a scheduled voting meeting until next Thursday night. Now, that's one side of the story. We have also learned in the last 24 hours that Brent Lay, who was the author of a school plan that was rejected, in fact, it was not even considered by the previous school board, called some county commissioners to see if he could get the seat on the school board if Merriweather was resigning. There was no commitment made to any of them. Sheila Godwin, who ran second in the race to Morris Merriweather back in August, contacted Gary Deaton, chairman of the county commission, and said that because she finished second in the race, that she expected to have that seat. All of that could be for moot now because of the fact that Merriweather says he is taking back his resignation.
Thursday afternoon, Merriweather did a 15-minute interview with Brandon Shields of the Jackson Sun. He blamed fellow board members. He blamed his own constituents for a lack of support. He blamed the Chamber of Commerce and other community leaders for branding him as not a team player. He blamed the media for portraying him as an opponent to Dr. Jones. And he said were it not for a group he referred to as the Five, namely 5 board members who insiders say had formed a coalition, Jones would not have revived Jackson Central Mary in his plan.
And so we will keep you apprised of the various things that are continuing to go on in what is a continuing soap opera, much on the level of Days of Our Lives, as we follow the exploits of whether Morris Merriweather is or isn't a school board member. And remember, when news breaks out, we'll break in.
Madison County Mayor Jimmy Harris is worried about the way education is looking. He and a group of West Tennessee mayors are concerned about early years in school for children. They have formed a coalition to boost the advancement of early childhood education. Harris says a major concern is low test scores for third graders in reading and math. In a statement, Harris said that in order to attract higher paying jobs, we need a skilled workforce. He went on to say that those skills start early in life with reading and math comprehension. Early voting is over. More than 16,000 people have cast ballots already in Madison County. The question now is, what can we expect on election night next Tuesday?
If the trends continue, the percentages of voters who cast ballots on Election Day do not match the totals of early voting. If that's true this year, the key races may be already decided. The one race in Tennessee where Democrats still feel they can flip the seat is for the Senate. But polls showing a surge by Republican Marsha Blackburn in early October may derail Democratic hopes. Political science professor Sean Evans says it's still too soon to count out former Governor Phil Bredesen.
There's been talk where Texas and Tennessee may be at stake, but it seems that the polls are starting to move toward the Republicans.
In the race for governor, Bill Lee surprised many experts by winning the Republican nomination by double digits. Former Nashville Mayor Carl Dean has not been able to gain any traction in the polls.
Lee was the Republican that very few people thought that they would face, and he does not have the personality and background that's as easy to attack as, for example, Diane Black would have had.
Tuesday night, news director Steve Beverly will be following the election on West Tennessee Today on Facebook Live. The coverage will begin at 6:50. Ashley Green, West Tennessee Today.
While you are being urged to take a flu shot, we often forget the men and women of law enforcement have to stay healthy. Regional health department technicians are giving flu shots to highway patrol troopers, dispatchers, and office managers. They come into contact with hundreds of people every day, just as many of you do, and they want to avoid being carriers.
We do want to not just protect yourself, but protect everybody you're around. You don't know who you're coming in contact with, and this is the best thing you can do to protect yourself and make sure you don't infect anybody else.
Sharon reminds you that a flu shot cannot give you the flu, but several categories of people are highly at risk for the flu.
Usually we really worry about pregnant women, we worry about people who have immunocompromising conditions, we worry about our elderly population, and then of course we worry about our kids.
Just remember, if a state trooper pulls you over for a traffic stop in West Tennessee, more than likely he's had a flu shot. Steve Beverly, West Tennessee Today.
The flu is absolutely miserable if you catch it. Doctors usually keep you in bed for 9 to 10 days. Missing work or missing school can be costly, and not to mention you become contagious to your family and others around you. Our issue of the week is flu season. Let's go to Chloe Bitters, who's standing by with pharmacy students. They're going to make sure our own Randall Kendrick is protected from the flu.
Logan, we're going to try to dispel some myths about the flu shots. Anita Dickerson and Ashley Draper are here from the Union University School of Pharmacy. Our own Randall Kendrick has volunteered to take his shot in the studio. Thank you so much for being with us today.
No problem, it's a pleasure.
So let's go right to a question that worries me. Can the flu shot give you the flu, and why not?
No, the flu shot cannot give you the flu. It's an inactive virus, and although you may not feel 100% the next day, you might have a low-grade fever, it's just your body mounting an attack so that the next time you come into contact with the actual live flu, you're able to fight it off.
Okay. What is actually in the flu vaccine?
So every year, the CDC does its research to see which strains of the flu are most likely to infect us, and from those, they form inactive vaccines from those strains, and that's what the flu vaccine is.
What kind of risks are you taking if you don't get the flu shot?
That's a good question. So you're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're also putting those who are immunocompromised, people with weak immune systems, certain age populations. They're more at risk. So someone who's healthy might fight it off a little bit more quickly, but some of the other patient populations aren't able to.
Okay. Now, what age groups are most at risk for the flu?
So especially in young children and elderly patients, they're really at risk. Their immune systems just aren't as strong. Also, pregnancy and immunocompromised people, the people that have suppressed immune systems, they're also at risk. So those patients are advised to get the vaccine instead of the mist.
If you catch the flu, how long can you expect to be laid up?
Okay, so this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. It really depends on how strong your immune system is, but for someone in college and healthy, you're probably looking at about a week.
All right, and Ashley is going to give the flu shot to Randall now. Other than myths, what are some things that people should know about the flu shot?
So I would go ahead and recommend that everyone go ahead and get their flu vaccine. Technically, the CDC prefers that everyone have it done by the end of October, but it is not too late to protect yourself from the flu. Even while the flu is going on, if you go ahead and get your vaccine, it'll protect you all the way through the flu season into spring.
Wow, that was quick.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Very quickly, how long does it take for the flu vaccine to get in your system and give you full protection?
That's also a common question. So you're going to be fully protected after 2 weeks. So during that 2-week time frame, just do your best to just take precautions to avoid coming into contact with it. Make sure you're washing your hands and just taking standard precautions to not be around anyone sick.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today.
That's our look across West Tennessee. I'm Randall Kendrick, and wherever you go, we hope you have a great day in West Tennessee today.
My name is Crystal Taylor, and I am a graduate of Union University. I graduated in the year of 2004. The way I got to Union is completely just amazing. I was just randomly taking a college trip with another friend who was going to go there. I got there and I saw the dorm rooms. I knew nothing else about the college, and I was like, this is where I'm going, just for the dorm rooms. I don't care about anything else. But when I got to Union, it was so much more than the dorm rooms. Everyone's there to help you get through college. And my years, they weren't easy. My senior year in college, my mom passed away unexpectedly. And Dr. Ray Van Ness in particular, he was my professor of Greek teacher, and he was just amazing in saying you can get through this. And so I thank Union. I love Union. They taught me about the word, but they also lived it, which made all of the world to me. That's my Union story.
Want to make your life a little easier? Now you can manage your Jackson Energy Authority account online. View statements, pay your bill, set up reminders, or recurring payments. Spend more time with your family, not your bills. It's easy. Just visit www.jaxenergy.com anytime and sign up. Make your life a little easier with online bill pay from Jackson Energy Authority.
Own a lawn mowing service? Propane works for you. Propane can go where you go. Tanks easily changed, no spillage, quick transition, clean burn, increased energy efficiency. Propane, the affordable, clean alternative fuel wherever you mow. Find out more about JA's ProGas. Call 422-7500. Propane, the alternative fuel that makes sense. Part of JEA today.
And welcome in, everyone. Almost jumped the gun right
almost
there.
Did.
You almost
did.
jumped the gun.
That's my bad.
We even rehearsed this
we talked
before
about
that I
this.
was gonna say welcome in, everybody.
You can prepare. You can only
that's all right.
prepare
That's all right.
for so much.
I don't blame him though, because he's just that excited for basketball.
It's okay.
And why wouldn't he be? We're at Union. It's homecoming. We're here playing a little basketball. And if you thought a 31-point win on the women's side was fun, just wait to see what we have in store for you on the men's side of things. So essentially, here's what we got. We're going to switch cameras. I'm going to look at you now. So we got Union taking on Freed Hardeman. And this will be a really good contest because last year, Logan, in this game, in the exhibition, Union, it was a close game between Freed Hardeman. And this game is usually competitive. Coach Niven likes to, like we mentioned on the women's side, just like Coach Campbell likes to bring in teams that are going to compete, Coach Niven does the same thing with the guys team, bringing in Freed Hardeman team that struggled a little bit last year, went 10-20, but this is a team that has a lot of history with Union. They know each other fairly well, and expect a good contest here tonight.
It's the classic heated rivalry renewed between Union and Freed Hardeman. Of course, we all know it on the women's side, but it's pretty heated on the men's side too. Everyone forgets. And again, the storied history: Union leads all time 66-31. If that tells you how many times that Union has played Freed Hardeman, these two teams know each other very well. So even though it is an exhibition game, it's still a rivalry game. And somehow, some way, rivalry games always seem to be close. But Freed Hardeman, again, a team that coming off of a rough year last year, 10-20, 7-15. They're only a couple years removed from a 25-8 season and 18-4 in conference play. But they've got a ton of fresh faces and some experienced returners from last year's team as well. So again, a solid tune-up opponent for the Bulldogs as they prepare to begin their season.
And speaking of fresh faces, let's talk a little bit about the Union Bulldogs, as it's basically a who's who of really who are these guys. Because if you've been following Union basketball, you're only going to recognize 4 of these players. One of them, like Coach Niven said, he's injured. So let's take a look at the starting lineups for the Union Bulldogs tonight and see who we got on the list. First off, we've got Peyton Stovall, a 6-foot freshman, redshirt freshman. He's from Alabama, transfer from UNA. He's got experience in the Gulf South Conference. And then the point guard, Tyree Boykin. He's a guy that Coach Niven really had high praise for, and rightfully so. This is the guy that came in. He's a Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Year, an outstanding player, facilitates the ball, shoots the ball rather well. He's going to be an impact player for the Union down the stretch. Taranda Smith, the Jackson native, a transfer coming in from ASU Mid-South, had a great season at the JUCO level as well. And then J.C. Hawkins, he's another one of those returner guys. He is a 6'6" sophomore from Independence, Kentucky. And then last but not least, Sam-Marie Guy. Now, this kid's 6'10", and it's not going to take long to figure out where he is on the floor. Provides a big athletic presence, and we'll expect him to do some big things in his first year here at Union. So now over to Freed Hardeman. And again, really a lot of new faces, a lot of returning faces for them as well. So starting off the lineup for Freed Hardeman, the Lions from Henderson, Tennessee. Number 11, John Muscle White, a 6'4" sophomore from Newmarket, Alabama, also a transfer from UNA. Him and Peyton Stovall maybe have some conversations on the floor as they kick things off this afternoon. James Davis, sporting number 13, 6'3", senior out of Mobile, Alabama. Silas Clark, 5'10" freshman out of Crossville, Tennessee. And then we head to the post. Big guys down low. Number 24, 6'8" freshman from Nigeria, Francis Akbada. We'll probably stumble over his name a couple of times if I'm guessing myself. And then at the center position, 6'3", sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, transfer from Wayne County Community College, number 32, Jawan Hampton. So that will set up your starting lineups for this evening. Logan, should be a fun contest right here. We saw the atmosphere that was created here for the women's team. For the men's team, it looks like a good crowd here for homecoming. A lot's expected out of this team. Really, it's just going to be, what can these new guys do? Team chemistry is going to be a big deal, and we're going to try to have that answer for you as this game progresses along. So at this time, we're going to take it down to our PA announcer, Josh Simmons.
From the Freed Hardeman University Lions out of Henderson, Tennessee, and your Union Bulldogs. Let's get right to it. Starting lineups, first of all. The visiting Lions of Freed Hardeman, head coach Jim Sanderson. Starting at guard, 6'4" sophomore from Newmarket, Alabama, number 11, John Musselwhite. Starting at guard, 6'3" senior from Mobile, Alabama, number 13, James Davis. Starting at guard, a 5'10" freshman from Crossville, Tennessee. Starting at forward, a 6'8" freshman from Nigeria, number 24, Francis Ibarra. And starting at guard, a 6'3" sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, number 32, Jawan Hampton. And now for your Union University Bulldogs, head coach David Niven in his 10th season, assistant coach Easton Mazzoli, and graduate assistant Sean Whitehurst. Starting at guard, a 6'6" sophomore from Independence, Kentucky, number 3, J.C. Hawkins. Starting at guard, a 6' sophomore from Clarksville, Tennessee, number 11, Tyree Boykin. Starting at forward, a 6'10" junior from France, number 15, Savoy Hay. Starting at guard, a 6'4" junior from Denmark, Tennessee, number 21, Perez Smith. And starting at guard, a 6' freshman from Louisville, Alabama, number 22, Peyton Stahl.
The starters are set. The fans are here. The lights are on. We're ready to go. It may be a little chilly outdoors, but it's about to heat up in here. Union basketball is back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alex Northcutt alongside Logan Whaley, and we are ecstatic to be here. Homecoming. The fans are on their feet. The pep band's ready to go. I really need to start slowing things down before, I get my adrenaline and my heart rate going too much. You may have to take over. You may have to take a quick breather over to the hospital. But tonight, this afternoon, I will say, should be an interesting contest because we're going to get a first look at this new Union Bulldog team. Logan, what are you looking for out of these newer players here this afternoon?
Well, honestly, I'm just looking to see how well the Bulldogs will gel together. A big question last year was with team chemistry, and this is a team that's obviously going to be anchored by the returning Gulf South Freshman of the Year, Tyree Boykin. And Union already has an exhibition game under their belt, went to Louisiana Tech, Division I school. And honestly, Tyree Boykin showed out that game, led all scorers with 21 points, had 17 at the half with 5 threes. But these newcomers, guys like Taranda Smith, who is very familiar with Jackson, Tennessee. Then you've got Samori Guy, someone who, while didn't average a lot in JUCO, does a lot off the ball that could really pay dividends for this Bulldogs team.
Tip goes to the Bulldogs as we are underway. Gay wins the tip. Stovall to set things up. We'll take a look at the Union offense first off. And look for the ball to find Tyree Boykin's hands. He's a playmaker inside and outside and really do it all. Tapped away, but they're going to get the foul called on Hampton as they're trying to feed Gay down low. First foul on Freed Hardeman, first team as well.
Freed Hardeman, a team that, again, as we've already mentioned, did not have the greatest of years last year. They've got a head coach who's in his 3rd season and coming off of a pretty tough loss against Blue Mountain College, 101-85. But 4 Lions in double figures, Mitchell, Davis, Musselwhite, and Hampton. So look for them to make an impact.
And Boykin muscles his way down low. Great execution coming off that.
Works anywhere. Central
that right wing cutting to the left block. Great feed inside, and he's got a chance for a 3-point play the hard way.
And last year you mainly saw Boykin live from the 3-point line, so it's good that he's starting to be more aggressive, attacking the rim.
Boykin's free throw is good. Now Union, just like the women's team, looking to apply a little token pressure.
Like a little 1-2-2 press there by the Bulldogs.
Underneath, too easy right there for Hampton. He gets his first bucket of the contest.
And that was one of the big struggles for the Bulldogs last year. Defensive effort. Did not force a lot of turnovers last year.
The lefty stroke from the top of the key from Stovall. Rims in and out. Lions looking to push. They go inside with Hampton. He's fouled by Boykin. And really just not really, I mean, it was, they had spurts of good defensive efforts, but it's just keeping that intensity for 4, well, no, we're not playing quarters anymore. Wow, transition. for long extended periods of time. Let's call it that.
Well, the NCAA, it's the only time where you play halves in basketball. You play quarters in high school, quarters in the NBA. And
It's only a matter of time.
I believe so as well. I think you look at how well it's worked on the women's side of things. I think it could work really well here as well.
Agbata looking to drive on Gay. Ooh. Foul's called. Is that going to be on Stovall for the reach? And it will be. That'll be his first foul, team second.
Looked like he got all ball from here, but either way, it was a nice effort to get to just disrupt that drive by Stovall.
Wags looking to inbound. Finally get it into Davis. Davis driving with some contact, kicks it back out to Hampton. Freed Hardeman looking to take it inside early as it's James Davis. Nice bucket inside. That's really, you had players last year in a Charlie Wilson that was just a great rim protector. Who's going to step up and be that guy this year?
Right. You would think guys like Gay, 6'10". I'm curious to see how he'll look defensively as Smith a little bit off there, but honestly, Alex, I look at someone like James Davis for Freed Hardeman. He's an experienced 4-year player, his senior year, coming off of a 20-point game. A nice aggressive finish at the rim there.
Durandis Smith, very fortunate they didn't find Davis on that backdoor cut.
Nice defense.
Yep. Straight up from Stovall. Creates a forced shot. Here comes Boykin.
Stovall early on is impressing me defensively, Alex.
Gay spin off the glass, and he'll take a trip to the line. As I believe they're going to get Agbata on the foul. Well, no, excuse me. That's on Davis. And what's very unique about a talent like Samari Gay, ladies and gentlemen, is his just sheer athleticism. Not many guys at 6'10" can make that kind of move to the basket.
Yeah, the pump fake, the dribble drive, spinning to the rack, drawing the contact. You don't see a lot of 6'10" players doing that.
First one at the charity stripe is good.
And Gay from France, transfer from Kilgore Community College, played 32 games, started 31. So didn't average a whole lot, but he did shoot 48% from the field.
The Lions beat the token pressure. They'll set it up with Davis. Union in man-to-man. Really trying to tighten up that defense. Davis goes baseline. Swings it out wide. It's going to go into the stands for a turnover. And now Union with an opportunity to catch a break and extend their 1-point lead.
So this is also a huge question mark for Union is with the loss of Casey Goodwin last year, a facilitator of Union's offense. Stovall has a big task ahead of him coming in as a freshman, no college experience. He did play at UNA, but he did take a red shirt that year to really be that facilitator of Union's offense.
Smith forces one up, but he gets his own rebound. He'll be fouled, so a slow, methodical pace to this game. A lot of whistles called, contact, and we're going to get our first look at West Tennessee native from Middleton High School, Tylandrius Parks, as he comes in for Durandis Smith. Parks, a guy that, again, still in that learning curve, but a guy that Coach Niven and the coaching staff have a lot of faith in as far as his potential for the future.
And he's very young too. I know coming into college, he's only 17 years old, so a lot to learn. But Parks showing some good athleticism here, drawing the foul. He had an incredible career at Middleton, really.
100%.
And I look back to the game against Humboldt where he put up 43 points and 18 rebounds. That's just mind-boggling stat. Averaged 21 and 10 at Middleton last year.
And he's a guy that's really improved his game as, early on in his career was just strictly a post player, but now he's kind of stepped out and played a little guard, worked on handling the ball a little bit. But one thing is for sure, you are not going to find an athlete like Ty Parks just roaming around anywhere. Just in that one possession, in the first 30 seconds he got into the game, already with a rebound, and you notice how quick he gets to the rim. Just springs right off the floor.
Explosive. Absolutely explosive. I think that's the best way to describe him. Yeah. And against Louisiana Tech, keep in mind, Louisiana Tech, a Division I program, putting up numbers, 12 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals in 25 minutes of play. To do that as a freshman against a Division I school, playing at a D2 level, that's impressive, no matter which way you look at it.
Got a lot of potential. Was well coached at Middleton. Great basketball program over there. He's got a bright future for Mr. Parks. And he's got the ball right now in transition. He'll slow it down. Over to Hawkins. Hawkins stutter step into the lane. Over to Hicks Gentry, who just checked into the game. Now the ball going Freed Hardeman's way in transition, this time with Hampton. Spins, and it's blocked by Boykin. Stovall comes away with it. He'll run with it. Up to Hicks Gentry. And an easy 2 down low for LaDante Hicks Gentry, the 6'7" junior. Transfer from Sinclair Community College. And pretty safe to say he is a tall drink of water down at the post place.
Absolutely. A solid build as well. Going to be a force for the Bulldogs over the course of the season. You could tell he wanted to go up for the slam there, but kind of lost his footing, lost the handle of it. Was lucky to get that layup to go in.
Well, if he slams one, the rim will be feeling it for a good 5 minutes, I can tell you that. Second chance opportunity for Freed Hardeman after Hampton secured the rebound. Six on the shot clock, fires one up is Hampton. Hicks Gentry comes down with the rebound. And Union looking to push.
And I think a good thing about Hicks Gentry is he is a very, very, very good rebound. Even though he might be undersized at the forward position at 6'7", I think he is a very solid rebounder.
Try to get the ball inside to him, Stovall just a bit high. And we've got a media timeout. We got some subs coming into the game. We'll tell you who they are when we return after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Union University basketball.
With E+ broadband and Watch TV everywhere, you can now take your TV on the go. Just visit WatchTVEverywhere.com to sign up. Then you're all set to catch your favorite shows, movies, and sports wherever and whenever you want on any internet-connected device. Choose from our growing selection of networks from your cable package at no extra charge. Visit WatchTVEverywhere.com to learn more. It's easy to sign up for E+ broadband's TV Everywhere.
The Union student body, in forms of musical talent, in forms of really just everything. A lot of talent I see out there from the Union students. You got future doctors, future lawyers, future accountants, and the future broadcasters are talking to you right now. So here we are, Alex Northcutt, Logan Whaley, broadcasting Union basketball the only way we know how. And so it's been a slow start, really, for both teams. 8-4 in the first 5 minutes. Both teams really struggling to find a good, solid pace, good, solid rhythm. And we'll take it right now to new member of our team, Jackson Milner. So, Jackson, early on in this game, Union really trying to find a pace to this game. What was Coach Niven's reaction to kind of their offensive flow?
He's not really like what he's saying right now. He's wanting more screens at the top right here instead of just trying to force it in the paint right here. He's wanting more shooters to come around the corners, and he wants to force the defense on the opposing team just kind of just run. They want them to move without the ball, kind of. So his goal is mainly to force the opposing team to the right because they're driving left. And on offense, he wants more shot opportunities on the wings.
Good deal.
That's what I got from that.
You learned a lot in that huddle, didn't you?
Yes.
Good to have you here, Jackson, man. We appreciate you, buddy. All right, and a shot clock violation, I believe, on Freed Hardeman. And it really, Coach Niven's got a point. You saw several times they're trying to force it in down low, either to Gay or to Hicks Gentry. And on that one possession, Stovall just overthrew Hicks Gentry, when really what really worked for Union in the past and what they usually go to is you get Boykin right here, a high ball screen, and let the guy create.
Yeah, that should be the strategy, especially looking at this roster. They do have some solid post players, but really this is their first experience at the Division II level, and Tyree Boykin with a very, very tough shot there, but overall, this team, to me, feels like it's built around Tyree Boykin. And
Has
so
to be.
It's got to be. If Union wants to be successful this year, Boykin has to be the main player on this year's team.
And while that's the case, I think a lot of people in the conference know that. So you got to have role players that are going to step up. So Boykin's going to get his. They've got to build off him, feed off what he does offensively. But you got to have guys step up and make plays. And so why we look at these exhibition games, we're trying to figure out who those guys are going to be. So 2 guys that just checked in. One guy you're probably familiar with, Tevin Florent, checking in at number 20. And then a new face, shocker, J.C. Clausey, junior from Pasadena City College. And Florent, he's a guy that really showed sparks of really solid play last year as well. And really Coach Niven and the coaching staff just trying to build his strength and get him better at post deep into the post offense. Freed Hardeman coming the other way. Jump shot at the free throw line by Jalen Thompson. No good. Possession's going to go to the Bulldogs.
And Florent not strong with the basketball there, securing the rebound. But, Florent is somebody that had a very good year last year, especially on the defensive side of the basketball, and won the Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Week a couple times. I think he's not somebody that's going to light you up for 20 every night, but he is somebody that can do a lot of little things well.
He's got the ball right now. Working down low, spins, puts it up, blocked. Hicks Gentry there to clean it up. Right place, right time, and I'm telling you, when he goes up strong to the rim, that's a hard man to stop.
And Hicks Gentry with 18 double-doubles last year, averaged a little over 3 offensive rebounds per game. So he absolutely is a huge difference maker when it comes to being inside on the offensive.
Tip drill from Freed Hardeman's Brian Mitchell, junior from Houston, Texas. Now the ball's with Parks. Almost got his pocket pick. Still struggling with it. Kicks to the Stovall in the corner. And Stovall's going to wisely set things back up. And it's ripped from him as well. This time it's Swain. He goes in for the lay-in, and the game is now tied 10 apiece.
Nice active hands there by Swain, the freshman out of Cincinnati.
And for Freed Hardeman to come in here and get a win this afternoon is they've got to create a little havoc for Union, throw them off their rhythm.
They do. I think their game plan right now is good. Union offensively, they've really struggled.
No call, as that's Mitchell again going up. Good strong defense right there from Florent at the rim. Clausey lines up for 3. Nothing but the bottom of the cup.
Clausey will make an impact on this year's team. The young 6'4" freshman had a solid high school career, looking to see how he can contribute to this year's team.
Well, we'll see how we can contribute to this broadcast when we come back, because we're going to take a quick timeout. It's 13-10, Union leading by a slim margin. It's shaping up to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bites upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And we take you into an in-depth huddle of Coach David Niven and his Bulldogs. Hey, so Logan, what are you going to be doing on Saturday and Sunday from 7 to 10?
7 to 10?
Yeah.
I might be watching Steve Beverly's TV Classics. Might. Actually, yeah, no, I will.
Okay,
I will
there
be
you
watching.
go. There you go. I was going to say a little hesitation in the dedication right there, my friend. Steve Beverly's TV's Classics, Saturday and Sunday, 7 to 10. Some of the best 3 hours of television you're ever going to find. And then the other best part of television is what you're watching right now, right?
Oh, yeah. No doubt. No doubt. Union
For
basketball.
Sure. Union basketball at its finest. Well, it's a 13-10 game. Logan, we've seen some highs and lows. We're going to take it right now to Alexander Bitterling. It's in the huddle, Freed Hardeman. And so Freed coming in to this game on the road, right now doing a good job of creating some defensive pressure on Union.
Yeah, their coach really talked about taking their time. He stressed the importance of not panicking and just getting a quick shot off, but he reminded them of how long the shot clock is and to take their time.
Excellent observation right there, Alexander. Good to have you this year, man. Part of the team, man. Fantastic. Just being very appreciative of our crew. Of course, you know, we have the easy job, like we always say. We just sit here and talk basketball. That's the easy part. That's the fun part. But the real work is done behind the scenes with our camera and crew, our sideline reporters, getting all the intel, all the information, and, of course, our director and producer Steve Beverly, director Paul Schulze from Worthy Road Studios. I'm telling you, they do a great job putting on these broadcasts.
Union finally getting a stop here on the defensive end. Let's see if they can take care of the basketball. I feel like that's one of the big things they're struggling with right now.
Boykin a strong move inside, and all of his points have come in the paint this afternoon. And Gay got a tip on that one, but Agbada got a better tip, and he tips it in. Now a 3-point lead for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Agbada, a good job there, right place, right time. I thought Gay was about to send the basketball over to like the fifth row. It had that look, but a nice job there on the other end by the Bulldogs answering. But a nice job there on the Lions on the other end to get that ball over Gay.
And the speed of the game's now picked up. Davis with the ball now. Agbada, no good. And here comes Stovall. They push. No look pass to Taranda Smith. He finishes in the lane. And a great look right there from Stovall. Looked off the defender, found Taranda Smith, cutting right to the basket, and a great finish right here. Largest lead of the game for the Bulldogs at 7.
And that is something that the Bulldogs desperately need Stovall to do at point guard. He needs to be very precise with his passes and take care of the basketball. He's got to be that facilitator for this Bulldog offense.
Foul's going to be called on Sam-Marie Gay as Davis very persistent in the lane. This kid's really just been everywhere. He's going to go to the charity stripe tonight, as I believe the first free throw attempt for Freed Hardeman in this contest. Now we look ahead at Union's schedule next couple of weeks, as they'll travel to Rome, Georgia to take on Spring Hill and Lemoyne-Owen. They'll be back at home on Wednesday, November 14th, hosting Cumberland.
That'll be our next broadcast.
We'll have that game for you. Should be a good one. So now let's take a look at when the Bulldogs start conference play. First conference game, wow. Thursday, November 29th at Valdosta State. And then Saturday, December 1st at West Florida. So the men and women from Union going to have 2 tough road games to start the year in the Gulf South Conference.
Yeah, and especially on the men's side, you look at Valdosta.
Two of the top teams.
Really. Oh, absolutely. Valdosta returning Player of the Year in Bo Justice, somebody who is the National Preseason Player of the Year. Valdosta, number 11 in the nation. West Florida, number 12. But then you've got, of course, Delta State coming off of a Gulf South championship run. Made it all the way to the championship game in a super unexpected turn of events, but they really came together at the end of the season. And then, of course, Christian Brothers, can never count them out, too. So the top 4, very, very good in the Gulf South Conference.
Stolen away by Taranda Smith. He lines it up, puts it in with the foul. And an excellent play right there, an explosive play in transition from Jackson native Taranda Smith.
Played at the very successful Southside program with a familiar teammate in Jalen Barford.
Right.
One of Arkansas's best players in the past couple seasons.
Smith so far on the afternoon, 4 points. Lining up his first free throw attempt. Goes a bit long. Rebound goes to Davis. So now Clark to set things up. They get it to Hampton. He's going to pull up right at the free throw line.
It was a pass. We'll call it a pass to Clark.
It's a 15-footer. He shot at 14. And Agbada with the fadeaway jumper. And now Agbada's got 4.
Agbada impressing so far early in this contest. the 6'8" freshman forward from Nigeria.
Get it inside to Gay. He's working, kicks it out. Extra pass to Smith from the corner. Can't bank it in, rebound goes to Hawkins. Tips it out to Gay and they'll reset.
And a good job by the Bulldogs, active on the offensive glass. Hawkins attacking the basket.
Boykin now with the basketball. Over to Gay. He's going to line up a long one. In and out. Ball now with Freed Hardeman as Clark will set it up for the Lions.
And Gay only attempted 19 threes last year. I don't think the Bulldogs necessarily want him to be behind the arc. Almost a Pedro da Silva situation last year.
Very, very true. Agbada again heating up from the mid-range position. He's got consecutive buckets. And it's now a 4-point lead for the Bulldogs.
A left elbow jumper money for Agbada. Knowing he has a mismatch down low with Gay, who Gay is 2 inches taller, doesn't necessarily want to work against him, finding success in the mid-range.
Yeah, and Gay's sagging off, but now he's going to have to start applying some pressure. Boykin still no good from beyond the arc. It's a place where he's recently had success last season. And we'll take a quick media timeout. 7:29 on the ticker. We've got some subs coming in. It's a 4-point game. Exciting one right here. A lot to talk about when it comes down to the Lions and the Bulldogs. We'll have a quick conversation right after this.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles. Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers. The fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
There's the student body again. Chance of UU. The pride runs deep here at the UU, doesn't it, Logan?
Sure does.
It really does, really does. Well, it's a 4-point game. Really just gone back and forth. Freed Hardeman for a while looked like they were getting some consistent looks on offense, slowing down Union. And really the Bulldogs, they had opportunities to put Freed Hardeman away. They've let the Lions just climb their way back in this one. So how does Union really extend a lead going into the half?
Well, I think they've got to take smarter shots, Alex. 0 for 7 right now from 3. Tyree Boykin 0 for 3 from downtown. But honestly, I think the offense needs to be centered around Tyree Boykin. Let him make a play because more often than not, he will.
All right, Jackson Milner, assessment from the timeout, please, sir.
The coach expressed 2 things. He loves the shot selections they're making on the perimeter. He thinks those are great opportunities. They're just not making as many as they would like, but they are loving the opportunities. And he loves the post. He was liking the way they're setting up, getting rebounds, creating more opportunities. So he's seeing some positives, but defensively, he says they just need to tighten up in the paint. So that's all I got for you.
A lot of love from Coach Niven. It's what you want to see early on in this season. Fantastic. Thank you, Jackson, for that update. We'll see if the Bulldogs can tighten up on defense right now. They get it to the hot head with Agbada. They've got Hicks Gentry on him. We'll swing it outside to Swain. He's going to set it up 4 on the shot clock. He spins. Floater in the lane. Just a bit off the iron. Hawkins with the rebound. Here comes Ty Parks. Puts it up, and I'm telling you, it takes that kid just one dribble to get from the 3-point line to the rim in about 0.4 seconds.
It's very explosive. And honestly, I'm curious. Union just has the look of a team that wants to run in transition.
Hadn't had that in a while.
They haven't had that really. So if they can just continue to force turnovers or force misses on the Lions' end, I really think that's what the Bulldogs need if they want to really break this game open, so to speak.
Parks knocks down the first one. And one thing, too, kind of we saw this in the women's game as well. Yes, it's one thing to want to run on offense, but you've got to get back in transition defense because Freed Hardeman's been taking the ball one pass and then getting right to the rim just as quickly. So it's all about rotating on the defensive end as well. If Union can put those 2 pieces together, they've got a good game plan. Inside, wide open to Hampton. He can't get it to go. Still tipped around. Comes around with Swain, and he'll eventually tap it in. And second chance opportunities, you just can't let a team hang around that long.
Can't allow it. It was almost, I mean, if you're Freed Hardeman, you're exhaling a little bit. That should have been a make on the first try there. A beautiful cut that opened up. I mean, it was wide open, about as wide open as you can get. But a good job there by the Lions, staying with it, following up, getting the basketball.
Hawkins spinning, can't get it to go. Eventually it gets kicked back out to Hicks Gentry. Hawkins spinning again, out to Clausey. Plenty of time left on the shot clock, 20 seconds, as Boykin's going to set it up. Freed Hardeman playing tight man-to-man defense, really putting a lot of ball pressure on the guards. Clausey will back it out with 7 on the shot clock. Spinning. He's got to put something up. Throws it up and off the glass, and why not J.C. Clausey?
I mean, what do you do if you're Freed Hardeman in that situation? That was a very good defensive possession, but ultimately Clausey with almost a lucky bank shot there, honestly.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Well, not lucky, just good on that play from Agbada, and he's finding his groove right there. And for Coach Sanderson and Freed Hardeman, that's what you want to find. And Union, they don't have an answer for this guy.
They give him 8 points, and anything mid-range in, he's almost dominating the Bulldogs in that aspect.
And because of his length, he's able to shoot over defenders, and Union really hasn't found a solution to get the ball out of his hands. Stovall and Florent check back in as Parks takes a seat, as well as Hawkins. Get another whistle called, as that's going to be Davis called for his second personal. Union in the bonus, be shooting a 1-and-1, and it's the sophomore Tevin Florent.
65% free throw shooter last year.
Didn't really see a lot of time at the charity stripe. And you can see why as Hicks Gentry cleans up another one. Just picking up the trash left and right, sticking it back in. Going to be a bruiser down low for a while. Great pickup right here for the Bulldogs. Davis inside, floats it up, good.
Again, these teams trading baskets, and honestly, Union not really applying a lot of defensive pressure.
Ball finds Clausey, over to Florent. Good job moving the ball to get it inside to Hicks Gentry. Stumbles, but he finds the bucket. LaDante Hicks Gentry has made quite an impact in the first early minutes of this basketball game, Logan.
Yeah, the 240-pounder just active on the glass, getting trash points, if you will. But a nice job there by Davis as he caught Hicks Gentry jumping, got him off balance, and just took him off the dribble.
Yep, got burnt like a piece of toast on that one. Big time, not even close. Trying to compliment you.
It's a good analogy there.
I tried. Nice find inside of the floor, and he'll go to the free throw line.
I believe that's foul number 10 on Freed Hardeman.
Referees have favored the whistle in this first half. We'll take a quick timeout as well. Media timeout. It's a 3-point game. Like Logan said, these two teams going back and forth, back and forth. We'll see if we'll do it one more time when we return from the break here on the Union University Basketball Network.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
We'll have more of West Tennessee This Week. At halftime, we'll give you a nice taste of what the broadcast department's doing here on campus. A good report right there from you, though. Give a little airtime on both the sports side of things, the news side of things. Just a big question. What don't you do, sir?
Well, I'll be on Channel 39 tonight.
There you go.
Quick plug.
Look at that.
West Tennessee This Week if you want to see the full episode. Hey, tune on there at 10 o'clock, right before Saturday Night Live.
Big time, ladies and gentlemen.
Get
the big stage.
Absolutely, but here on TV6, we got a close matchup with Freed and Union, and honestly, Alex, I'm not impressed by what I've seen from the Bulldogs so far.
I've been impressed by one individual, and that's LaDante Hicks-Gentry. He's done a great job, just a bruiser down low. He's done the little things well. Now it's just getting the rest of the team to collectively buy into that effort as well. You know, hadn't really played their best ball, but they're still up by 3 points. A lot of things to improve on going into the halftime locker room. For Freed Hardeman, I mean, really just doing some good things well. Continue the defensive pressure and get the ball into the hands of Francis Agbada.
Yeah, Agbada, very, very solid performance in this first half. 8 points, draining the mid-range shot. I mean, honestly, from mid-range in, he's really just made an impact on this game. Look for the Bulldogs to apply a little bit more pressure defensively. I think that's a big key right now. Only 3 turnovers for the Lions in this first half.
Florent does not connect at the free throw line. Union so far in the first half, 5 of 10 at the charity stripe, leaving a lot of points on the board. Florent lines it up for his second one. And connects. So the 5 on the floor for Union. Stovall, Smith, Hicks-Gentry, Florent, and Clausey. Ball now with Davis. He's had a good first half. Agbada has had a really good first half. And I believe an offensive foul called on number 23, Charles Swain, freshman from Cincinnati. Coach Sanderson just beside himself, really confused as to what in the world that call was. Either way, it's going Union's direction with a 4-point lead. 3.5 minutes left to go in the opening half. Stovall set it up again to get it to Smith. Coach Niven really wants a sense of urgency out of his offensive set. 8 on the shot clock. It's Smith. Step back 3. Almost got it to go. And a foul on Tevin Florent.
Union just honestly looks lethargic on the offensive side of the basketball.
Right.
Not a lot of movement off the ball. And you gotta have movement if you want to be successful on the offensive side.
And it really just boils down to Union really moving the basketball. You see a lot. They started it in the first half, and they got those looks down low, but they haven't really been able to convert as of lately. Dialing it up from deep, John Musselwhite. Transfer from UNA. He cuts it to 1.
And Musselwhite's somebody who has really improved over the offseason for the Lions. Didn't get a lot of playing time last year for Freed. But overall, similar to a Stovall situation, was redshirted his freshman year, came over to Freed Hardeman, and now looking to make an impact his sophomore year.
Florent turns it over. Davis turns it back over. Union Bulldog basketball. There's another thing I want to point out, too, ladies and gents. This, in the women's game, an exhibition game, it was clear that there was a better team, and, Union was really looking to improve and get better, but they knew they were going to come away with a positive result. Just because this is an exhibition game on the schedule, Freed Hardeman's coming in here looking for a win. And Union cannot fall asleep in the second half. They've had moments of that here in the first half, but they've got to come out with a little bit of fire in the second half if they really want to extend this lead and put this team away.
This was a close game last year as well.
7 points, right?
I believe so. 83-76.
Hawkins from outside. There's a reason why he wears that number, ladies and gentlemen, as the tray ball is good. And I believe one of the only ones for Union, 2 of 10 in this first half. Only the second triple for the Bulldogs.
And Hawkins is somebody I think that should be more aggressive on the offensive side of the basketball. He has a playmaking ability about him. Not only can he shoot the 3, he can also drive the ball as well. As Francis Agbada once again.
And he may regret that decision as he just threw up the flex on LaDante Hicks-Gentry. And, I'm not one to, assume, but if I'm going to take Hicks-Gentry or Agbada in a strength contest, you don't want to upset Mr. Hicks-Gentry. he'll come after you. Let's just say I wouldn't want to be in the way if one of those biceps came my way.
No way.
What's he got on the roster? 240
240
pounds, and he's every ounce of that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if he gets a response. But that puts Francis Agbada at the game high right now, 11 points. Boykin driving, goes right at Agbada, flips it up and in, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know how that happened. Up and under. I can promise you this, he didn't know where the goal was.
I think you can.
Instinctive, maybe?
You could probably call Sports Center. I mean,
That's
that was a circus layup if there ever was one. Tyree Boykin, I thought he was going to go up with his left hand, but he switched hands and just threw up probably one of the wildest layups you'll ever see, but somehow, some way it goes in.
Gorgeous touch off the glass. And when you got a special talent like a Tyree Boykin, you never know what can happen.
You don't really need an analyst to say that Tyree Boykin's pretty good at basketball, but Tyree Boykin is very good at basketball.
All aspects of the game, too. And just showcasing a little highlight reel, if you will. Agbada goes to the line for the 1-and-1, makes the first. He leads all scorers with 12. As Gay checks back in for Hicks Gentry for the final 57.8.
And one thing that Freed Hardeman has improved on since last game, turnovers. Freed had 17 turnovers last game, only 3 in this first half.
Gets the ball to Clausey, he drives in, hesitates, puts it up, and the foul! J.C. Clausey goes right at Francis Agbada, a little stutter step, and the finish. And so, just as every time Freed Hardeman finds a response to Union just comes right back with a blow of their own.
Each team going tit for tat with each other, and Clausey, somebody that has really impressed me early on. Not only shows that he can hit the three, he also can make some plays off the dribble as well.
So it's now a 4-point lead. The Lions with the ball. Holder now setting up the offense for Coach Sanderson. Get it inside to Hampton. Kicks it to Agbada, because why not? He'll put up a shot. Just a bit long this time. Clausey's got the ball. Gives it to Stovall, and Union, if they choose to do so, they will hold for the last shot. And Coach Niven wants to talk it over just a little bit. So we'll have a quick timeout break. When we return, we'll have the final possession of the first half. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more Union University basketball.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
All right, and we're back here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium, homecoming. And what has been a very, very exciting and fun afternoon here. Alex Northcutt alongside Logan Whaley, giving you the call for this game. 23.6 seconds left on the clock, just out of the timeout. Logan, what are you expecting for the Bulldogs' offensive possession?
Well, I'm expecting them to get the ball in the hands of Tyree Boykin, 9 points. And honestly, the way this offense looks, the only two players that have really made an impact on this offense so far is Clausey and Boykin. But I feel like this will be a situation where you get a screen top of the key, let Boykin do his thing.
So here we go. 10 seconds. Ball's now with Stovall. They get it back to Boykin. He drives. Kicks it outside. Clausey. Corner pocket, no good. Still time left on the clock. They throw it around. It's tipped around, and that's going to do it for the first half. And really what was anyone's ball game. It's 37-33 is the score in Logan. Let's just kind of break down how this half went. Union They started out strong, got out to an early lead, and then Freed Hardeman just kept hanging in, and really due to the play of Francis Agbada, who finished the half with 13 points. Just kind of talk about what his impact, how he made an impact to keep the Lions into the ballgame.
Well, Agbada leads all scorers with 13 points, and honestly, the majority of those have come from just outside the paint. Hasn't really shown off a lot of impressive post moves, but instead he's been, making some silky smooth jump shots from the elbow. And Agbada, the young freshman from Nigeria, proving to play a key role in this Freed Hardeman offense. And honestly, Alex, again, a rivalry game. It doesn't matter that Union's in Division II now. It is a close game, and Union, honestly, a little lethargic on the offensive and defensive end. They need to pick up the intensity for the second half.
We heard it right there, Logan Whaley with the analysis. We've got more of that coming up. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go to West Tennessee this week. When we return, we've got homecoming festivities. We'll let you in on all the surprises, all the festivities. So much fun happening here at Union because it's a great place. It's homecoming. It's basketball season. It's what we live for, right, Logan?
That's right.
It's what we live for. It's fantastic. So when we come back, we'll have more second half analysis. We'll get you ready for what's coming up. But first, a quick news break from West Tennessee this week.
When I first came to Union, it was already like March or April of my senior year, and I hadn't decided where I wanted to go. I was looking at big Christian schools, small Christian schools, even state schools. I didn't want a Christian school that would just hide me away from the world and just teach me to live within a Christian environment. It hasn't shielded me from secular beliefs or opinions or ideas, but it's taught me how to think about it through Christian lenses. There's so many things I love about Union. One of them is definitely the professors. They have all taken such a personal interest in my growth, and they have all been very, very dedicated to helping me grow both as a Christian and as a student. If I had to sum it up in one word, I would definitely say opportunity. It's given me so many chances to be a leader in different clubs and organizations. It's given me the chance to expand professionally, to build my portfolio. It's given me a chance to pursue my own interests and passions, and it's just been an extremely encouraging and empowering environment.
Our newsmaker of the week is Dr. Pepper Pratt, the former director of Youthtown, who is a licensed counselor. He deals with family issues and the root causes of mental illness. He'll be questioned by a panel of reporters from Union University, Randall Kendrick, Madeline Fleming, and Chloe Bitters. Let's go to Randall for our first question.
You spent 5 years as the director of Youthtown. What were the most positive things you took from that experience, and what were the biggest challenges?
Well, by far the most positive experiences was just seeing the lives of kids changed, and just being able to see a child come in with no hope at all, and seeing them experience having the tools of recovery placed in their hands, and then also just the hope that comes through a relationship of faith with Christ. That was by far the most exciting things. The other part was really just the donor community here in the Jackson and West Tennessee area, just seeing the response of just a community that loves the nonprofits, including Youthtown as well as others here in this area.
You're returning into private practice, and you're going to have a series of sessions starting in November to focus on family issues. Give us a thumbnail of what that is going to include.
Well, one of the things that I know from being in private practice before is there is a lot of people in this area that are in recovery, and when I say that, I mean they go to 12-step meetings, they go to Celebrate Recovery, and one of the things I wanted to do is just create a series of weekends that offered a refresher of what that actually means, and also taking each weekend independently and offering some topics that for those who are in recovery, they would be able to come to that and get a little bit more than they might get in a typical 12-step meeting, and something beyond what they may have gotten in inpatient treatment or outpatient treatment. So we'll do some weekends on managing emotions, on dealing with trauma. We will do some weekends on finding your calling and purpose in recovery, and relapse prevention. So that's the plan.
And Chloe Bitters will have her next question.
Dr. Pratt, mental illness, including depression and anxiety, is an increasing problem for younger people. What is causing this, and how do we address it?
I certainly think that we live in a world that's pretty fear-based, and I think that there's a post-9/11 kind of mentality that has developed that brings a lot of uncertainty, and most people under 30 have kind of grown up in that world. So it doesn't surprise me that there's a prevalence of anxiety, and when there's anxiety, its kissing cousin is right around the corner, and that's usually depression.
And Randall Kidrick will start off our next set of questions.
We're approaching the holiday season, and many people tend to suffer during this time what is known as the holiday blues. What brings this on, and how does someone deal with it?
Well, two things. One, I think, is physiological. There's the absence of daylight, so as days get shorter, there's some natural brain chemicals that are released with increased daylight. So when that gets shorter, there's less daylight, less stimulation of the chemicals that are needed for just feeling a sense of peace and wellness and happiness. But I think the emotional part of that, the mental part of that, is you come into the holidays and there's this feeling of loss for loved ones perhaps that have died. But then there's also a sadness that can set in because of a comparing place that you find, and you begin thinking about yourself compared to everyone else, and there is an assumption that everyone else is having the time of their life during the holidays, but that's not the case at all. But it can be very self-absorbing and consuming to just consider your own state of life during the holidays, and for some that's depressing.
And Madeline Fleming will have our next question.
You've been known for your work as a family counselor. What are the most critical problems families encounter, especially with the demands of balancing work and family life?
Well, I think there's probably a great number of folks that I see that are struggling with parenting and not being on the same page with that. There's one parent that's grown up one way, another parent that's grown up another way, and to find a family that both biological parents are still in the same home is a little bit unusual, but even with that, there's two very different people that have grown up. But rather than parenting his way or her way, finding our way that begins to work offers a lot in terms of being able to be unified in the way that you approach your children.
And Chloe Bitters will have our final question.
What do you advise families or married couples to do as far as warning signs when they're experiencing trouble in their marriage or in their family life?
Build a lasting friendship is probably the biggest part that we work on, because when you have an enduring friendship that is filled with fondness and delight, and that's going to lend itself to good communication, then there's so many other things that you can address and work through. But the absence of that creates a friction and a grind that's very hard for people to work through, no matter what the issue is.
And that's all the time we have for us, Dr. Pratt. Before we let you go, recap when the weekend sessions will be and where.
We're going to begin the second weekend of November, and it's going to be 2 weekends in November, and then 2 weekends in December, 2 weekends in January. I'll be at my office at 174 Murray Guard Drive. You can learn more by going to theprattclinic.com.
All right, thank you so much for being with us. Coming up next, we'll have a preview of next week's edition right after these messages.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Logan, we've got a good game in store right here. Union's leading this one 37-33, and what has been nothing less than an exciting contest. And so let's break it down a little bit by the numbers right here. In the background, if you hear a lot of cheering, it's the homecoming festivities, if you will, which, I personally get really excited for. Can't wait to see how this plays out. We'll have the results for you live when they get done. But right now to basketball. Let's talk a little bit about Union and kind of what they were doing offensively. And we heard from Jackson talking to Coach Niven during the huddle, and you even mentioned it yourself. Just kind of looked a little stagnant when it comes to executing a half-court set.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In transition, they looked okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the stats here. I mean, 50% from the field, but 2 of 11 from 3. And most of those threes, they haven't come in transition. They've come from the half-court set. And honestly, I attribute that to a lot of inexperience, especially when you look at the fact that, I mean, only 4 players returning from last year. Everyone else, they're a new face to Division II basketball. Right. And so it's got to be challenging for Coach Niven to try to develop these guys to play in that style of offense. And honestly, you look at Tyree Boykin, 9 points at the half. To me, he has to have a bigger role if the Bulldogs want to pull away. And Freed Hardeman has done a good job defensively. Give them credit. They have played tight man-to-man defense, and it has worked for the most part. But Union, they have to do a better job on the defensive end to create turnovers, and they have to get stops, and they have to look to run in transition, because if they do, this game could get ugly quick.
Big stat right here, too, is during the halftime of the women's game, Coach Niven said he wants to incorporate a lot of these new players. He said he really planned to play all these new freshmen. And with that, here's the stat. Union's got 19 points to Freed Hardeman 6 points off the bench. So it's these role players coming in trying to find their role. And you take a look at also another not really a good stat right here. Union shooting 58% from the charity stripe, 7 of 12. Really just leaving points on the board. And in a close game when it's 4 points apiece, you really got to take advantage of those shots. But you've got to look at what Freed Hardeman's been doing, and it's all revolved around Francis Agbada.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 13 points, leads all scorers, 5 of 7 from the field, and honestly, he's been everywhere. I mean, he's been the focal point for this Freed Hardeman offense, and it's easy to tell. He's pretty much been the first look. Union has not applied a lot of pressure on him. They've sagged off a little bit, and he's knocked down the right elbow jumper, the left elbow jumper. He's been everywhere from mid-range in, and Union has to have an answer for Agbada on the defensive side of the basketball, because other than that, I mean, you've got James Davis with 7 points and Musselwhite with 5, but no one else on this Freed Hardeman team has really made a huge impact in the scoring column.
Well, and you mentioned something about Union being pretty well off in transition. They've done a good job of that at this point. So how does Union create a little bit of havoc on Freed Hardeman's end? How do they create some turnovers and then turn that into transition points?
Well, they've applied some token pressure, especially off of a made basket. I think they need to just go, take a page from the women's book. Because to me, just basing off of what I've seen, especially, you've got the starting 5 in there with Samori Gay running the 5. They are a very quick and athletic team. And this is a team with a lot of depth. And when you have a lot of depth and when you have a lot of athleticism on the team, you can get away with pressing. Mm-hmm. And I think Union needs to do that more, because this is a Freed Hardeman team that is turnover prone. And when you create that pressure, it really it creates just a discomfort on the offensive side of the ball. Freed Hardeman just looks comfortable on the offensive side. So Union needs to change something up, and I think that is the change they need to make.
Yeah, and, we've even seen Coach Niven in the past throw, like some token pressure on the front end and then go back to a man-to-man. But, it may even take doing even some more diversifying with some defensive pressure, like even maybe a 1-3-1, like the women were doing, run and jump and trap. Just throw some different things at Coach Sanderson's club just to get them off their normal rhythm. And so it'll really just boil down to what Union's going to come out and play defensive-wise. Now, take a look at just what they do on offense. We talked about it's got to go through Tyree Boykin. Who is someone that's got to step up as a role player and contribute offensively?
Well, as a role player, you look at somebody who's not in the starting 5. I think J.C. Clossy has done an incredible job coming off the bench. He's somebody that has come in, made an impact. With a 3-ball, he's made a couple of nice plays off the dribble. And honestly, I think the young freshman has a lot of potential to make an impact as the season goes on. He's pretty much been the first man off the bench for Union, but they're going to need more than just him. I think you look at guys like Tevin Florent, someone who knows Coach Niven's system. I think and Florent is somebody who thrived last year too. I think Clossy and Florent, those 2 guys off the bench, need to be guys who make an impact. And then of course LaDonte Hicks-Gentry. He's somebody who has been the man on the glass. He has gotten pretty much every rebound that has gone his way. He's gotten points. I mean, he's scored on the inside. And honestly, when he's in the game, you got to look to him on the inside, because he is a big target down low. And if anything, it'll force a double team, which will open up other parts of the floor. So Clausey, Florent, and Hicks Gentry. I think those are the three guys off the bench that really need to be big contributors for this Bulldog offense.
And all three of those guys bring a lot of different qualities to the table. So at this time, we're going to see if we can take a quick break, as well as we are just about 4 minutes away until we begin this second half. We'll take a quick short break. We'll wrap things up with our halftime analysis, and then we will bring you the second half of play.
Can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched, and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics. It bites upsets your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And we welcome you back to the Fred Delay as the students really packing it in. And a good sign early on, Logan, to see the student body come out, support these athletes, you know, people they see walking down the hallways, people they see in classrooms and stuff, and just in and about campus, because it's all about fostering that community between the student body, between the student athletes, and what could really be a really awesome home environment for these student athletes, because we've seen in the past both ends, men's and women's team, you know, when the crowd's behind them, you know, the atmosphere changes, the way they play, the style they play, the intensity level they bring, it changes for the better.
It really does. And I mean, we've seen in the past, you know, fans pack out the gym for the women's game and leave after the women's game. And I think that is a good sign that fans are sticking around even after homecoming. It shows a good sign of support, you know, not only for the women's team, but, you know, for the men's team as well. And I look at the stats last year too in terms of attendance. Union on the women's side averaged about 500 fans a game, while on the men's side only about 400 fans a game. And so, and I think some additions that Union has made on the men's side is really going to help out. You know, you look at guys like Levi Shaw. You probably won't see him on the court this season, but he is somebody who will be a leader in that locker room. And he's an RA on campus. He's well involved. Relatively popular too, and so students will come out to games because they know, you know, guys like Levi Shaw, and you know that opens up doors for more relationships to be built, and I think that's a big thing for this program, especially, you know, on the women's side. It's easy to come out to games because, well, it's a highly successful program. A team that just made the Final Four, returns a lot from last year. You got a legendary coach in Coach Campbell. You know, on the men's side, it has been a struggle since joining Division II. They had a really solid first season, but since then, you know, you look at the team 2 years ago, my freshman year. 2 years ago, there is not one single player left from that team.
Right.
In only 2 years. That's how much the landscape changes in Division II men's college basketball. And so I think it's important for Coach Niven to really just establish a culture here, especially with guys like, you know, Ty Boykin, getting him to stay all 4 years. Union has had 2 straight Gulf South Conference Freshman of the Year award winners. One of them had just transferred to East Tennessee State University.
Right.
Tyree Boykin's still here. Ty Parks has potential to win Freshman of the Year this year too. Getting him to stay. It's all about just building pieces. And once Union can build pieces, they can start to have successful seasons.
And Coach Niven even mentioned this too, as you see Tyrandus Smith, he's got his own little fan group here in support and matching T-shirts up in the stands. You just saw a little quick clip of that, but it's recruiting some local guys to come to Union and get this community involved and bring, you know, local Jackson people, just even if it's just to support one person. Well, you know, you're filling the seats with local community members who will then go and tell, oh, hey, man, this Union team, you got to come check them out. And then that just, you know, creates a stir among the Jackson community. And I think that's a positive of recruiting local guys like that is, one, well, you're getting great talent because this area has a good history of producing good basketball. But at the same time, you're getting the community involved. And I know you've been a big advocate here on campus of trying to get the students involved and come into the games. And I think if we can breach that gap, get back to what Union really was, you know, excuse me, a little hiccup right there.
It's okay.
It's all right.
It happens.
Better to do it in the halftime report than the actual game,
right.
I always say.
Right.
But back to what I was saying, you know, try to get these students back to coming back to where, you know, you just go to a basketball game where it's just instinctive. You don't even think about it, you just go. And so that's the kind of culture we're hoping to continue to foster here at Union. And hopefully by the way these guys play and by their efforts on the court, they'll bring some fans as well. So, 5 on the floor right now. Sam Marie Gay, Tyree Boykin, Taranda Smith, Peyton Stovall, J.C. Hawkins for Union. The ball right now back to Francis Agbada. He misses one, rarely. Made a lot in the first half. I believe that foul is going to go on Peyton Stovall, which will be his second personal, and that's how we'll start this second half. 5 on the floor for Freed Hardeman. It is Musselwhite, Agbada, Swain, Hampton, and Davis.
That's the matchup to watch out for, Gay versus Agbada. Looked like it went out of bounds off of Freed Hardeman there.
And you can hear it on the bench, too. Union coming out with a lot of energy, which is what you need in a game like this. Really, this game has been very slow. A lot of whistles blowing. I mean, both teams were in the bonus by the time the first half ended. Really just didn't contribute to the flow of the game. As Boykin goes in, he's fouled. He'll take a trip to the charity stripe. And so, go ahead.
You see Boykin almost alter his game plan as the game has gone on. The three-point shot has not been there for him tonight. That's typically his bread and butter. Had 5 threes at Louisiana Tech Thursday night. It's not working for him tonight. He's driving the basket because all it takes for a shooter is just to see one go through. And Boykin getting to the free throw line, I think that will open up the game for him.
And right now, 0 of 3 from beyond the arc is Boykin this afternoon. And really, I think that's a testament to his maturity. He's grown as a player, and as a freshman, you're taught with a player like Boykin, he's got the green light. So why not just fire it up until you make one? Well, he's decided, haven't hit my first 3. I'm going to get points and help my team in another way. And he's doing just that, getting to the free throw line, getting inside, distributing the basketball. So it's a sign of his maturity as he's grown as a player here at Union.
You see Union turning up the pressure on defense. And yeah, you are right about Tyree Boykin. I already would put him among the top 5 players in the Gulf South Conference. I believe it. Was not named to the preseason All-Gulf South Conference, but I feel like by season's end, I think you will really see him averaging around 18, 19, maybe 20 points a game.
Yeah.
Really taking that step up from last year.
Yeah, he'll make some noise, that's for sure. And Stovall picks up another cheap foul. Coach Nevin really wasn't happy with that. He'll have to check out of the game. This is his 3rd personal. So that's going to bring in J.C. Clausey, who you were mentioning earlier, had a really good first half, hit a couple outside shots, played some good basketball as he finds himself on the floor. Ball now with Musselwhite. He's already hit one, give him another.
And Musselwhite, another experienced player for this Lions team. Again, the sophomore guard playing extremely well tonight, Alex.
Musselwhite's got 8 points on the afternoon. Inside Hawkins, he's got a driving lane. Dish over to Smith. Smith, pump fakes, up and under. Little wild shot. Trying to do his best Tyree Boykin impression. Doesn't go that time.
Smith took a little too long to get that shot off. Drew around 3 players on him. That's where you dish it out, find an open man. Or go up a little sooner.
On now with Agbada. Get it over to Swain. Driving inside. Inside to Hampton. He'll put it up off the glass, and there's Agbada to tip it right back in.
And that's where Gay has to do a better job blocking his man out. That was an easy offensive rebound there for Agbada.
Well, and it's just as simple as you got to anticipate that backside tip in. And so even if Gay doesn't get the rebound, you clear an Agbada out of the way. Trying to go inside, it's going to be a foul on Agbada. Actually, it's going to be on Jawan Hampton. And that'll be his 3rd personal foul. He'll have to come out of the game. We'll stay in for now, but I would assume Coach Sanderson will sub him out quick. Agbada taps it away. Gay comes away with the ball.
It's back-to-back passes by Hawkins that have been tipped away. Got to make smarter passes.
Inside to Sam Marie Gay. Nobody on him. Flips it up. And really just a smart play right there from Musselwhite as Gay had a clear path to a slam dunk right in the middle of the lane. and they're actually going to get it on the floor, Logan?
I believe so. I think before he threw it up. In the NBA, he probably would be shooting too.
No, in the NBA, it's probably flagrant.
It's true. Or it might not even be a call in the NBA.
Yeah, probably
Who knows?
not yet.
Who knows?
Depends on who's out there. If it's LeBron, oh, he's getting that call. Gay muscles his way in, can't get it to go. And he's going to get called for the foul, and Coach Nevin just shaking his head as Samory Gay knows he got one ripped off from him. As just an easy bunny shot in the lane, and that's just one of those things. Yes, you're a young player, but you got to convert on those.
Hey, he's got to finish. That was a nice move to get there, though. Put himself in great position after the spin move, but you got to finish that.
Get it outside to Musselwhite. Swing it over to Swain. Boykin guarding. Davis driving on Smith. Up and good. Count the basket. Foul's going to be called on Taranda Smith. His first. And we've seen him do this before. James Davis making that hesitation move, driving with his left hand, and then floating it up with the contact off his right. Little kiss off the glass.
It's been about his only move tonight.
Yeah.
And Union
It's
just
worked well.
Union has not had an answer. And I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
And so Davis converts on the free throw, gives him 10. So Davis and Agbada lead the way in double figures for the Freed Hardeman Lions. Boykin's double team. Somebody's open. He drives with the left hand, gets it to go in the foul.
How he was able to get that up over Agbada and Davis, I'll never know, but a nice left-handed finish off the pick by Tyree Boykin.
Well, he found his way out of the double team to begin with, then have the presence of mind to see that the defense was a little disoriented, go up with the left hand, and not just finish, but finish strong with contact. That's one thing I've noticed about him lately is he didn't really go inside the paint last year as a freshman. He's going inside the paint. He's put on a little bit of muscle, and he's going in with some strength.
All of his points, I believe, except the 3 free throws, have come from inside.
They have. Leads the Bulldogs with 14. Swain will set it up for the Lions. 42-41. Bulldogs have the advantage. About a minute and a half away from a media timeout. Agbada pumps, drives, beats Gay off the dribble, but can't get the shot to go. Ty Parks just checked into the game, corrals the rebound.
Agbada has had Gay's number all night. It took him off the dribble there. Gay fortunate he didn't finish.
Boykin left wide open and can't convert. Ball goes out of bounds off Parks. Lions possession. Coach Nevin going to switch it up a little bit as Samory Gay takes a seat. LaDante Hicks Gentry had himself a pretty decent first half with 8 points and 3 boards. Checks back into the game. Although keep in mind he does have 2 fouls on his resume. Musselwhite, same spot, same result.
A beautiful screen set leading to the wide open 3 at the top of the key. Musselwhite, good job collecting himself off the dribble. Beautiful shot.
Musselwhite, I believe, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. Parks travels. And one thing about, too, Musselwhite, he's hitting from the top of the key. It's the same spot, and it's nothing but net, not even hitting the rim, just a pure stroke. And Freed Hardeman, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the media timeout, they lead by 2. We'll see if the Bulldogs have a response when we come back.
Community leaders are talking about Steve Beverly's TV classics, but are they serious? Do they like classic TV? Do they really watch?
That's a lot of questions in one sentence, Steve.
What do they think about the host?
I don't have any clear answers to that.
What usually happens if you watch TV classics?
A very entertaining evening for people.
Watch TV Classics Saturday and Sunday at 7 on TV6.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We'll take you right where the action is. Head coach Dave Niven trying to find an answer to this Freed Hardeman Lion run, and really it just boils down to Logan finding an offensive answer outside of Tyree Boykin.
It really does, Alex. I mean, Boykin is doing it all for the Bulldogs right now. Somebody's got to step up whether it's getting Clausy back in the game. Clausy has had a productive game offensively, or getting it inside to LaDante Hicks-Gentry and letting him work. But, I mean, either way, somebody's got to score to open up more opportunities for Boykin. And honestly, on the defensive side, Freed Hardeman is just bruised. I mean, they are bruisers on the offensive side of the basketball, setting hard screens, getting tons of openings. And honestly, I think off the ball, Freed is outworking Union right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really have the stat for. Okay, well, here it is. Second chance points. They've got 9 over Union 7, but I would even dare say they've got way more opportunities than that too. And so Union's just got to limit the Lions to just a one-shot opportunity and not let them tip the basketball around and gain extra possessions.
Coach Niven playing a little bit tall right now with this lineup too, with only Boykin at the 1, but you got Parks, Hawkins, Hicks-Gentry, and Clausy, the 6'4", 6'5", and over club.
Parks, great defense right there as Mitchell shot well off the mark, and Boykin will set things up for the Bulldogs. Swain applying pressure on Boykin, almost got away with a carry. Swinging around.
Perfectly timed pass there to avoid the carry too.
Definitely. Get it back. Trying to force it down low, and that's one thing too is I think in these kind of games you have to learn when that pass is available and when it's not. And yes, that's where you want to find the basketball, but at the same time, we've seen it several times. They've tried to force it down low, and it's become costly. And at this stage, you can get away with that, but later on in conference play, those possessions are valuable, and you can't just be throwing the basketball away trying to force something. Boykin inside, he's fouled, goes back to the free throw line. And when in doubt,
right,
hand it to Boykin.
I mean, he's definitely making all kinds of plays right now. I mean, he can't do it alone. I think that's the big thing. But you're right, offensively, Union definitely trying to force it inside, and Freed playing very, very tight man defense and doing a very good job. Union has not cracked that code yet.
Hits the first one from the charity line. As Boykin, and get this too, with that, 5 of 5 now at the free throw line. So finding ways to contribute when you know your outside game's not falling today. And that's perfectly fine. Now 6 of 6. 16 total points in the contest. And we are tied at 44 apiece. Ball now with Swain setting it up. Boykin defending. Got some movement down low. 7 on the shot clock to get it to Agbada. Back outside. Swain's going to take a long jumper. Long, and Hicks-Gentry corrals the rebound.
Yeah, good defensive possession there by the Bulldogs, taking away every good opportunity there that the Lions had.
Hawkins to Clausy. Nice location, nice result. Clausy, that wing spot, he's very comfortable, and he's got another triple on his resume.
Look at the young freshman shooting the ball with confidence there. Gotta love it.
Agbada's going to go from deep off the mark, and he's been very quiet in this second half. This time they get it to J.C. Hawkins. Hicks-Gentry, blocked by Agbada. Those two, I'm telling you, I love that matchup between those two guys. They've been going at it all afternoon.
Battle of, I mean, truthfully, I mean, it all started with Agbada finishing and the foul, throwing up the double guns, if you will.
Thompson beats Clausy, and he'll finish with the left hand.
A nice move by Jalen Thompson. Haven't called his name a ton this afternoon. I believe that those were his first 2 points, but a nice job there by the senior guard out of Memphis.
Inside to Clausy with some contact, gets it to go. Well, if you didn't know their names before, you certainly do now. Remember this one, J.C. Clausy. One good thing about these exhibition games is, you know, you really have no idea what to expect from any of these guys. And even really we don't, as we I mean, unless you go and watch practice consistently, we're just going by off what, coaches have reported and what other scouts have seen. But really, this is our first look at this team as well.
Absolutely, and you can only read so much about these guys. You can see the stats, but ultimately, it's how does our talent translate to the NCAA level? And right now, I think you're getting a good look at who are going to be the mainstays of this year's Bulldog team. I think it's a good look for Coach Niven as well to realize who he's going to give more minutes to.
And Hawkins is down on the floor as I believe they're going to count the basket from Mitchell. Hawkins, I believe he's grabbing his face. So here's the situation that's unfolding. Hawkins is down. From what the official reported to the score table, the basket will be good and the foul.
Yeah, Hawkins took a hard fall there.
Yeah. Probably caught an elbow to the face as well. Inadvertent. And we'll actually, correction, okay. They overturned it. Not a shooting foul. On the floor. Union's 15th foul, but they get it to Musselwhite, who makes another three, Logan.
And Musselwhite ready to shoot a quick shot off the inbound. You got to like what you're seeing if you're a Freed Hardeman fan.
He's really come alive in this second half. Been I guess kind of helping out Agbada in the scoring column. Clausey, another straightaway three. Yes, sir! With the response, the freshman. He's got 17 in the game, leading all scores this afternoon. And just too easy right there for Bryant Mitchell.
I mean, Union gets these big buckets, but Freed Hardeman has been there with an answer every step of the way. Early in the shot clock, too. Just some really just unfortunate timing for a defensive letdown.
And in order to make a successful run, you've got to convert successfully on multiple possessions. You can't allow setbacks like you mentioned on the defensive side of the ball. So at this time, we got a media timeout. It's still right there. These teams are not budging even a little. 53 Union, 51 Freed Hardeman. We've got more Union basketball coming up after this.
My name is Ray Wilkins. I'm a 1995 Union grad, and I'm currently at Lebanon Baptist Church in Frisco, Texas, as the senior pastor. Union had a major impact on my life. I was a new convert at the time, and so Union provided me with a Christian environment where I could be discipled, where I could grow and nurture my faith. And then because I was a Christian studies major, the faculty at the time, Dr. George Guthrie, Dr. Paul Jackson, Dr. Kelvin Moore, were critical in teaching me how to understand and how to exegete the scriptures and how to apply it to my life. And that's my Union story.
And we welcome you back to the Fred DeLay Gymnasium. Homecoming afternoon as the women's team defeated Martin Methodist 87-56 by a 31-point margin. And the men looking to hold on to this one. They've got a tight one to Freed Hardeman, 53-51. Let's switch things over to Coach Sanderson's side of the table. Logan, if you're Freed Hardeman, you've hung around. How do you take the lead and hold on to a lead? You've been playing behind this whole game. How do you take that next step forward?
Well, Agbada has been struggling in this second half, but I still think you give him some looks. He's been shooting the ball very well in the mid-range, but then you've got Musselwhite, who has been on fire from downtown in these last few possessions. I think you keep on feeding Musselwhite, getting him open from three, running a lot of off-ball screens. But overall, if you're Coach Sanderson, you've got to love what you're seeing out of your ball club today.
Well, and Jackson Union's got to find a response for what Freed Hardeman's doing on offense. Is there any way that Coach Niven had a game plan for how to put this team away?
Coach emphasized on the defensive end, perimeter defense. He on inbound passes, they're giving him just wide open three shots. He wants them to pressure them on not only in the paint but all in the perimeter as well. So that was his biggest critique on that one. So if they can just shut down the perimeter threes, they believe they have a good shot at winning this game.
Well, there you have it. Thank you, sir. Jackson Milner, sideline reporting, covering the Union side of things. And I think that's absolutely right. You've just got to limit, really not just one play. You just got to limit their opportunities. Just don't even let them get shots off. Make Freed Hardeman beat you inside. Make them go back to Agbada, who's really been struggling this half. You cannot allow guys like Musselwhite and some other just streaky shooters get open, because those are just daggers on the defensive end.
And I think second chance opportunities, too. You look at it, 8 offensive rebounds for the Lions. So, yes, they are the Bulldogs are getting few possessions where they are getting them deep in the shot clock, and plays like that can happen. But they've got to prevent the second chance opportunities.
Clausey can't get that one to fall. He's already ready for this place to just erupt if he would have hit another 3. Musselwhite. John Musselwhite, the sophomore, coming alive in the second half. Really not much of a factor in the first. And he has put up some big-time points. Believe he's got 16 leading his team this afternoon.
Just muscled his way to the basket there.
I knew you were going to go there.
Musselwhite showing he's more than just a three-point shooter.
Taranda Smith. And the crowd noise says it all. Talk about muscling your way to the basket.
It would have been goaltending anyway, I believe. Somebody got a hand on the basketball as it was going in. But a good job there by Taranda Smith with the answer on the other end.
Only his third field goal of the contest. He'll go to the line, look to extend this Union lead to 3, which you think that's not really by much of a margin, but in a game that's been 1-point leads, 2-point leads, you try to push this thing as far as you can, even if it's 4. Smith gets it to rattle in. It's a 3-point lead. 10.5 left to go in the game. Union putting on the pressure. Musselwhite with the ball. Over to Mitchell. Clark swings it around. Wide open corner 3. Too long. Florent with the rebound. And Stovall pushing for the Bulldogs.
And even when the Bulldogs do press, they're just not doing a good job of recovering. And that was a wide open 3 there.
Stovall kicks to Smith. They'll back it out and do it again. Smith cuts it back. Driving. Out to Stovall. Get it to Parks. Parks looking to create. He'll step back. Jumper. But follows his own miss and puts it in. And that's why this kid is going to be special. Having the presence of mind, knowing that that's not his jumper from outside. Gets his own miss. Follows it up. And now Union up by 5.
That's a good example of not giving up on a play. I mean, Parks knew it was going to miss long, was at the right place at the right time, and able to put it back up quickly. I mean, almost at a blink of an eye, he was already there with his own miss. I mean, that's impressive speed right there.
Well, and I can personally attest to this, and this really just only makes sense to you West Tennessee basketball junkies, but that is a testament to Coach James Berkeley at Middleton High School. He preaches day in, day out. You go get that rebound as soon as that ball is left. Not when it hits the rim. As soon as the ball is in the air, go get the rebound. And trust me, I've been beat by Middleton several times on the glass playing against that team. So I know that style of coaching, and I know that's been drilled into Ty Parks' brain. And it's really neat to see that play out at the collegiate level. And I believe that's going to be a foul called on Thompson, and that'll put Boykin at the line for a 1-and-1. If you're Freed Hardeman, that's not the guy you want to send.
No, and that's just a bad foul in general. I mean, I understand you're hustling after the basketball, but that was just an obvious foul there. That far away from the basket. I mean, this is an opportunity for free points here for Union. I mean, it is called a free throw for a reason.
Boykin connects on the first one. So both teams are now in the bonus with 9:20 left to go in the game. So prepare for a lengthy 9 minutes and 20 seconds, people. As every foul, we will be shooting a pair of free throws. Boykin, 2 of 2, has not missed at the charity stripe tonight. He is 8 for 8. Ball now with Clark. Over to Mitchell. Union still applying the pressure. Musselwhite left open. And a rare miss from John Musselwhite. Union got lucky on that play right there.
And again, it's that weak 1-2-2 pressure.
Ty Parks, inside bucket. He's got 6 points on the evening. And these freshmen have been outstanding in the second half. And the bucket goes as it's Brian Mitchell. Somehow, some way, goes through the contact. Tevin Florent gets the foul. And just when you thought Union was going to pull away when they get to their largest lead of 8, Mitchell converts the bucket, and it's back to 6.
And again, this has just been the game script, honestly. Union gets a big basket. Freed Hardeman answers. And Union has held on to this lead, but Freed Hardeman just hasn't gotten that stop yet.
And several opportunities for Union to try to put this team away. And we've seen this several times in the past couple of years as Union's been in situations on their home floor in great positions to win ball games, but they just fall apart at the end. Let's see if this team will have the resiliency to get past that point. Boykin, corner pocket. Long, and the rebound goes to Hampton.
Boykin, a total reversal of last game at Louisiana Tech. He hit 5 threes there, now 0 for 5.
Florent with a defensive block. Agbada can't get it to go. Ball in the hands of Boykin. In transition, here come the Bulldogs. Stutter step, spins into the lane, puts it up, no call. Fighting, Stovall thought about it. Mid-range jumper.
Oh.
And Taranda Smith out of nowhere follows it up, throws it down. Welcome to Union, young fella. And the crowd coming to life as Taranda Smith not only put that one back, got up and grabbed that one from the ceiling and threw it back down into the cup. We'll be talking about that play for a little bit. We're going to take a break. 64-57, Union out to its biggest lead right now at 7. We'll be right back with more Union basketball after this.
I'm Logan Whaley. West Tennessee This Week is your weekend look at the top stories that are affecting your life. Whether it's the new direction for public schools in Jackson, a growing economy in our part of the state, the controversy over a new jail, or the men and women who work to keep our community safe, West Tennessee This Week will cover all the stories. When leaders make decisions to affect your life, we'll be there. Join us for West Tennessee This Week, Saturday nights at 10 and Sunday mornings at 10 on NBC 39.
We welcome you back to Union basketball here on E-Plus TV 6. Alex Northcutt and Logan Whaley with the call. Now, Logan, we were just talking about this during the commercial break. I didn't even see where Taranda Smith came from to put that one back.
With a left-handed, too. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. I mean, we knew Taranda Smith coming in, super athlete, and, you know, those of you who are fans of West Tennessee high school basketball, you saw glimpses of that at Southside, too. But, man, oh, man, coming from out of nowhere, rising up, and just perfect timing all around. I mean, there's really no other way around it.
All right. We got a quick soundbite right here from sideline reporter Alexander Bitterling. You've been in Freed Hardeman's huddle. Coach Sanderson, his team down 7, but they found a way to respond and answer. Can they do that again?
Mainly what he was focusing on there was the defense. He obviously was very disappointed with the last couple of minutes of play, just not showing up on the defense, not showing the aggression they've shown earlier in this game. He said they're doing fine on offense, but he wants them to get back in there on defense, keep this game close.
Well, that makes perfect sense. We talked about Freed Hardeman needing defensive stops. We thank you, Alexander, for the update from the Lions side of the floor. 6 on the shot clock. Clark with 2. He's got to put it up. Fades away. Not going to get it to go. Now Ty Parks with the ball. 7-point lead, 7.5 to go. Union with an opportunity to put it away. But just like Alexander was talking about, Freed Hardeman, if they need a stop, they need it now.
Yeah, good defensive possession by the Bulldogs, exactly what they needed. And that was a smart timeout there by Coach Sanderson, really calming his team down after that big play.
Parks up and in! How about these freshman people? Making a name for themselves on our first televised broadcast. We got a media timeout. It's a full one as Tylandrius Parks looking to extend the lead. We'll take another commercial break. Ty Parks will be at the free throw line when we come back.
Propane, 95% generated in the U.S., is a gas that works anywhere. Central tanks for fleets, vehicles, Portable tanks for forklifts, lawnmowers, the fuel you can take anywhere. Even backup generation runs off propane. Household appliances, outdoor features. To find out more about affordable, clean, versatile propane, contact JEA's ProGas, 422-7500. The alternative fuel that makes sense. Propane, part of JEA today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's 66, it's 57. Union out to its largest lead right now at 9. And Logan, just a quick word on what has sparked Union to this point.
Well, it's the young freshman stepping up, Alex. I mean, you got J.C. Clausey nailing a couple of clutch threes, but, you know, even with Ty Parks being aggressive, we saw glimpses of that in the first half. And there's a stretch there where he wasn't aggressive and almost, in some cases, disappeared, but here recently, when he's getting the ball, he's looking to be aggressive, looking to attack the basket, and he's going to have a chance for one more here. But, you know, when Ty Boykin doesn't step up, these two, with Clausey and Parks, they need to be the two guys that step up, along with Hicks Gentry and Taranda Smith.
Well, and you just take a look at it. You mentioned earlier, Boykin's the go-to guy. We said that at the very beginning of the broadcast, but he cannot do it alone. And so far, these Bulldogs, I think they heard you and responded, as Clausey's got 17. Hicks Gentry's got 8. Parks now with 9 off the bench. Taranda Smith with 9. Guys are stepping up, and they almost create a turnover right here. Mitchell gets it back. He drives in, and he throws it down over Tevin Florent. What a response out of the timeout.
That looked like a broken play there. Union got their hands on it, but a good job there by Mitchell, the junior, throwing it down with authority.
Union to respond. Smith up. They're going to call it on the floor. That'll send Smith to the free throw line. And yes, I do think maybe a broken play, but Logan, I'll be the first to say, I think when Brian Mitchell got that ball, I think he was thinking, I'm slamming this one way or the other.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Full speed ahead, no turning back.
And that's where for Union, you got to step in front and take a charge.
Do you, though?
I mean, you know,
Are you sure about that one?
A 6'4" freight train coming at you. I mean, it's going to hurt, but.
Oh, man. See, it's easy for us to say that. It's easy for us to say, oh, yeah, just have to take a charge.
Right.
Yeah, we don't have to do it.
I mean, right.
We're not the one.
I mean, it's the right play.
Goodness. I know. I agree. I'm just trying to humanize the situation.
Oh, no
and
doubt.
Saying, you know what? I don't know if I would take a charge in that situation. Heck, I don't even know. I'm pretty sure I would have ran out the door if I would have saw it. I don't know if I would have even been standing in the lane.
See, but then, you know, you look at the other side. I mean, imagine if, you know, same player but Levante Hicks Gentry running full speed at you.
Oh, I'm getting off the court. Yeah, that's one way or the other, I'm leaving the court. 1, by running out the door, or 2, coach is putting me on the bench because I'm not getting in the way of something like that. That is 100% a fact.
It's a good way to become a pancake.
That's true. Now, we say that. Obviously, we're not encouraging that type of behavior.
For young kids watching, definitely take a charge. Do the
charge.
dirty plays.
That's right. Take the charge. Sacrifice for your teammates. That's what we're looking for. So the pace of this game has definitely picked up, and it's been a fun one. Union out still to a 9-point lead, 68-59, 6:20 left on the ticker. Union working into the half-court game. Boykin, guarded by Musselwhite. Get it over to Taranda Smith. Kick out the Stovall corner pocket. Rims off. Tipped around. Rebound goes to Hampton. Freed Hardeman. And here comes the rim rattler, Brian Mitchell. Charles Swain will set it up. Just under 6 minutes to go. Davis with the basketball, being guarded by Smith. Driving. Mitchell from long range. Long. And Taranda Smith will get it. Coach Niven wants to slow it up just a little bit. Kick out the Boykin. Off the foot of Florent. Puts it up. It's blocked. Really just a discombobulated play to begin with.
It was. I don't even think it was a play. It was just, you know, freestyle basketball. Especially when Coach Niven wants you to slow it up and run a play.
Inside to Hampton. He's fouled. That's on Stovall. That's his 4th. It's on Florent. That's his 4th. So we'll see how long Coach Niven wants to ride that train. As Francis Agbada set the check back into the game. And correct me if I'm wrong, Logan, but Agbada only with 3 points in this half.
I believe you're right.
Finished the first half with 13. Let me just double check that.
Yeah, you're right.
He did, yeah. 3 points in the half. So he's silenced himself. And credit Union for kind of throwing him off his game. But expect Coach Sanderson to try to get the ball back in his hands. Hampton goes 2 of 2 at the charity line. Has both teams in the double bonus now. Big stat right here. Both teams shooting well, but Freed Hardeman 9 of 13 at the free throw line. Union 18 of 24. So going to the free throw line frequently in this game, and I really think that's been the difference maker.
And that's really been Union's strategy, especially in the second half, attacking the basket. And it's worked well. We'll see if Union continues to do it.
Boykin looking inside to Gay. Gay working on Agbada. Out to Smith, a long three. Back iron, rebound goes to Hampton. And here come the Lions. No one picks up Hampton in the front court. It's blocked by Gay. And the official ruling, to be determined. It's going to stay with Freed Hardeman. I don't know if they just needed a little extra motivation at halftime or what, but both of these teams have really amped up the athletic intensity coming out of the locker room.
They have,
and it's been fun to watch.
And that was a huge block there from Gay, and I think that is just an example of what he can bring to the defensive side of the basketball. His third block tonight, and he's an athletic 6'10", and large wingspan. I think down the stretch, I don't know if he'll. I mean, he started this game. We'll see if Coach Niven continues to go to him as a starter, but so far, you got to like what you've seen on the defensive side of the basketball for Gay.
Teardrop from Davis over the long outstretched arms of Parks goes. Smith goes inside. It's blocked by Muscle White, but it's a foul. Muscle White not happy on that one as he picks up his fourth foul. So that'll take Taranda Smith back to the line where he has been 2 of 4. Big free throws right here for the transfer junior. First one's up, and it's good. So now Union up by 6, potentially 7 with the ensuing free throw. 4.5 left to go. Logan, how does Union maintain this lead?
Well, they got to get stops on the defensive side of the basketball. They've had some letdowns there, and especially when Union looks poised to make a run, Freed always has that clutch basket. So they need to find a way to get a stop. Limiting second chance opportunity helps too.
Well, they get the turnover. Here comes Stovall. Gives it to Smith. He goes up, and he scores! Transition points for Union have been a tremendous part of how they've gotten out to this lead. It's a 9-point lead with 4 minutes left to go.
And they have good finishers. They really do.
Swain from the corner, no good. Rebound goes to Smith. Looking to push. They get it to Parks. Been good in an isolation situation. Outside to Gay. Get to Smith. He's going to look to create. He's got a lane. Flips it up. Can't get it to go. Here comes Freed Hardeman. Get the ball with Hampton. He's just going to pull it. And really just a forced shot right there. That's not what you want if you're Coach Sanderson.
Yeah, first look is not always the best look, and that wasn't a great look there for the Lions.
No one picks up Peyton Stovall, and he connects from the right elbow. Coach Sanderson wants to talk things over, and rightfully so. Union out to its largest lead of 11, 74-63, 3:13 left to go. We'll take a timeout as well. When we return, we'll have the final minutes of this game between Union and Freed Hardeman.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics. It bites upsets your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
And we welcome you back to Union University basketball here on E+ TV 6. We're set to bring you the final 3:13 of this game between Union and Freed Hardeman, and really what has been a close game back and forth until just about 2 or 3 minutes ago in the game. Union really looked to extend their lead, and they're out to a double-digit lead at this point. But Logan, you have to expect Freed Hardeman is going to come out with an answer.
Or they've got to, Alex. A quick 6-0 run by the Bulldogs, and Freed now taking some forced shots. They're getting a little impatient on the offensive side of the basketball. They got to get back to what works best for them, and whether that's Agbada or Musselwhite, they've got to find a way to get the ball in their hands.
And we will prepare for the final minutes of this one in what has been really an exciting game all around, but an even more exciting second half of play. Freed Hardeman with possession. Their 5, it's Swain, Musselwhite, Agbada, Mitchell, and Thompson. For Union, it's Boykin, Parks, Gay, Stovall, Smith. We get to Musselwhite, he's had a hot hand. Now to Thompson, driving on Boykin. Kicks out to Musselwhite, who converts on the 3, and Coach Sanderson's probably going to wish that he could have that one back. Either way, Thompson's going to go to the free throw line for an opportunity of points, and that is the 3rd foul on Boykin. Thompson so far pretty quiet, but has made a decent impact. Only 2 points. First time at the charity stripe, he converts. So both teams, like I mentioned, shooting very well at the charity line. Freed Hardeman 71.4%. Union right under 77%. But Union has made 10 more free throws than Freed Hardeman has, and it's an indication on the scoreboard. Make that 9 more free throws, and Union leads by 9. Figure that. Now it's the Lions' turn to apply some defensive pressure. They get it into Boykin, he's trapped in the corner. Out to Smith. Got to cross the timeline. At some point, he turns it over.
That was really the first time we've seen Freed Hardeman go to a full court press, and well, works to perfection there. Union just throwing the ball away there.
So out of the timeout, Freed Hardeman comes down, gets to the free throw line. 2 easy free throws, gets a turnover. Now with an opportunity to cut this to a 2-possession game. Get it into Mitchell. Over to Thompson. Stolen away by Smith. Euro step up and can't get it to fall. Blown opportunity right there from Union's Tyranda Smith. Thompson coming the other way. Off the glass and good. And a 4-point swing right there as Smith with an easy opportunity.
Yeah, if you're Smith, you've got to convert. You've got to convert on that.
Really no one around him, too. A Euro step right at the front of the rim.
Clear as day.
Now it's a 7-point game. Union almost throws it away. Stovall now with the basketball. He's got Mitchell on him. Directing traffic. Almost stolen away. And they're going to get Mitchell on the foul. And you can't blame him trying to play aggressive defense. Stovall got bailed out with the foul call as he was struggling handling the basketball. And like we've previewed all night long, this Freed Hardeman pressure has just been giving the point guards fits for Union.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at, Stovall with, it hasn't really shown up in the turnover column, so to speak, but I mean, a lot of loose balls in this game, and a lot of that is because of Freed Hardeman's really pressure. I mean, you saw it was pressure. You've seen full court pressure, but even in man-to-man, I mean, they're guarding pretty much all the way to the volleyball line.
Right. And they are not letting up. Stovall misses both free throws. Thompson driving. Oh, stutter step. Got away with a travel, and the Union sideline is not having any of that.
It definitely shuffled there. Yeah, I don't know how the refs missed that.
7 on the shot clock. Inside to Mitchell. Puts it up and in. And just like that, we knew Freed Hardeman would respond out of the timeout. They do, and it's now a 5-point game. 6-0 run for the Lions.
Yeah, again, tit for tat. Union goes on a 6-0 run. Freed goes on a 6-0 run. We'll see which team wants it more here in this final minute, 15 seconds.
It's all about closing out games. Boykin, he's got Swain on him. Elects not to use the screen. Drives, almost loses it. With the ball, kicks it out to Smith. Corner 3, air ball. And Freed Hardeman now with the ball. Under a minute left to go, it's a 5-point game. Coach Sanderson wants a timeout, and he's gonna get it. And so 49.6 left on the clock. We're gonna keep it right here and break this down. So here's what we got, Logan. Right now, all the momentum in the world is shifted towards Freed Hardeman. They're on a 6-0 run. Union has forced some uncharacteristic shots. Freed Hardeman now with an opportunity to cut this game potentially to a 2-point game. Union's got to have a defensive stop. How do they key on certain players?
I think you look at Musselwhite and Agbada. I mean, those have been the two players, and I mean recently, Mitchell and Davis as well. Those are 4 players on the court that are threats to score. But I think if you're Freed Hardeman, you don't have to have a 3 right now. But if it's open, I would look at no one else but Musselwhite to take it. But I think you're aggressively driving the basketball. Again, plenty of time, only 50 seconds to go. But Davis has been successful driving the basketball. Agbada has been successful driving the basketball. Same thing with Mitchell. You look to those 3 players to drive the basketball. Perhaps look for Union to get a little impatient and perhaps draw a foul. Go to the free throw line. Extend this game as much as you can.
Here's what I see. Here's another thing I see too. Freed Hardeman only with 5 assists in this game. So a lot of it, they're not just moving the basketball looking for the open man. These guys are looking to create. So I agree with what you're saying is expect guys like Thompson, Davis, Hampton, Agbada. Look for these guys to try to get an isolation move at the top of the key and look to take it right at Union to the rim.
Absolutely. I think, 2-possession game here, but a quick basket here is what you want if you're Freed Hardeman.
Got to be quick. Thompson to inbound. Goes to the top to Swain. Swain guarded by Stovall. Right at 45 seconds. Swain, nowhere to go. Gets it into Agbada. Agbada pumps. Spins around. Gets him in the air. Off the glass. Can't get it to go, but there's Swain with the follow. Ball still tipped around. It's Boykin. Huge defensive possession right there for the Bulldogs, and Boykin's going to go to the line to look to ice this one out. Union caught a huge break. Right there is 1. Agbada got a great look getting Gay up in the air. And then 2, Swain came on the back end to finish and just left it a little short.
Yeah, just couldn't finish there. And honestly, this game is not over yet, but you've got to look at that if you're Freed Hardeman as 2 huge missed opportunities right there. Because
you got the opportunities.
Now you got Boykin going to the line looking to remain perfect. He's 8 of 8. But that being said, if you're Freed Hardeman, you got to hope for 2 misses here. No timeouts, too. That's another thing to keep in mind.
On that play, Jalen Thompson fouled out of the game. And Boykin misses for the first time this evening. And it just boils down to closing out the game. We've seen this before with these guys. Boykin at the line, it's still a 5-point game. And he makes it, so now it's a 6-point game. 2-possession ball game, 26 on the clock. Freed Hardeman with the ball. We'll see if they look to elect for a 3. They get it outside. It's Mitchell.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for a 3 here, Alex.
Step back 3, well short of the mark. Gay with the rebound. They get it to Stovall. Over to Boykin. And he's going to dribble this one out. And that will do it. And just like that, Union closes out the game. A fantastic opportunity right there for Freed Hardeman to look to make a run, but Union slammed the door. At this point, Logan will have Logan break down some of the stats. I'll take a step away from the booth, get a quick post-game interview with Coach Niven, and then we will wrap things up from the desk. So Logan, take it away.
Well,
looking at Freed Hardeman, led in scoring by Musselwhite and Agbada with 16 points each, 12 for Davis, 11 for Mitchell, 6 for Thompson, 4 for Swain. 27 of 62 from 3, 44%, 4 of 16 from long range. And I'll finish up the stats, but right now Alex has Dave Niven. Alex.
All right, Coach, in a game that really you struggled starting off a little in the first half, what came alive? What really brought the intensity in the second half?
Well, you know, I mean, Rand made a big play that really, I think, sparked us with the offensive rebound. But I thought our defense got better in the second half for the most part. But we've I mean, obviously, most of that half, I think we had 3 freshmen on the floor. So we've got a long ways to go. We got a lot to learn.
Hey, talk about the play of your freshmen stepping up, making some big plays. J.C. Clausey, Ty Parks, some of those guys really making some big impact plays off the bench.
Yeah, both those guys did. You know, Ty Parks, it took him a while to get going, but he made a couple big plays to give us a stretch, a little bit of a lead there. And then J.C. Clausey, early in the second half, just really, you know, hit shots for us. And then was able to make some tough shots going to the basket, made some plays with just hard cuts, and then made open shots, which, I mean, obviously nobody was making open shots for us tonight, so it was good to have him step up and do that.
Talked about Ty Boykin being a leader on this team captain. Talk about his performance tonight, specifically when his outside game really wasn't working, deciding to go inside and get to the free throw line.
Yeah, I don't think he made a 3 tonight, which that's what he does best, but he's just a tough kid. I mean, he finds ways to score. So he was able to get some stuff in the post for us and get to the basket, got to the free throw line a bunch. So he's just he's a good player. That's what good players do. They find a way. So we got a lot of good players. It's just going to take some time for us to figure out how to play and get these guys used to playing.
Well, congratulations on the win. We thank you for your time. Best of luck to you as you move forward.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to wrap it up at the desk. I'll join Logan here in just a second. We'll give you the ins and outs, break down the stats of how Union came away with a win this afternoon against Freed Hardeman. Logan, take it away.
Thank you, Alex. And wrapping up the stats for Freed Hardeman, 44% from the field, 25% from 3, 73% from the free throw line. You look at the rebounding battle, dead even, 33 rebounds each for Freed Hardeman and Union. And again, looking at the assist totals, not a lot. 5 assists for Freed Hardeman. Compare that to 8 turnovers, 5 steals, and 1 block. Now, switching gears, talking about Union. Union, 25 of 53 from the field, 47%, led in scoring by Tyree Boykin with 19 points. J.C. Clausey with 17 points. Taranda Smith with 14, and the rest of the scoring looks like this. Ty Parks with 9. LaDante Hicks-Gentry with 8. J.C. Hawkins with 3. You've got Samori Gay and Peyton Stovall with 2 each, and Tevin Florent with 1. So well-rounded scoring for the Bulldogs all around. 47% from the field, 20% from 3. And Alex, again, just not necessarily the most dominating performance in the world for Union, but at the same time, there's a lot of positives to take away from this performance. Sure. And again, these preseason exhibitions are just key for coaches to recognize strengths and weaknesses of their team. And I think Union sees some strengths and some weaknesses of this year's team already.
Yeah, big stat too. You talked about these young players coming off the bench. 35 bench points for the Bulldogs tonight, and really what was a well-rounded team performance. And you know Coach Niven's proud of that tonight. Well, tonight we had fun. It was homecoming, our first broadcast. We've got many more to come as the season progresses. I'm Alex Northcutt, Logan Whaley. Union women, they take the win 87-56 over Martin Methodist, and the men win a close one, 75-69 over Freed Hardeman. Logan, did you have a blast tonight?
Oh, I sure did. Always. It's always a blast with you.
That's right. Let's have some more fun this season. It's going to be a great time. We'll be back on November 14th here at the Fred DeLay Gymnasium for another broadcast. But until then, we'll see you then. God bless. Have a great night.